We are love. We are peace. We are free. We have abundance. We have everything within us. For we are, for we will always be. For Mother Earth is love. For Mother Earth has peace. For Mother Earth is free. For Mother Earth has abundance. For Mother Earth has everything within her. For she was, for she is, for she will always be. And so it is spoken, so it has been written, and it is done.
You have entered into a dimension of truth, where time does not exist, and illusions are shattered. The journey of truth is intense. The journey of truth will set you free. Consider this a warning as you enter the dimension of truth uncompromised.
We are in the age of truth, freedom, love, prosperity, abundance, and peace. Welcome to Truth Uncompromised.
All right, family. Welcome to the Truth Uncompromised show. I am your host, Rhonda, and tonight is April 29th. Whoa, wow. Stuff is going by. So we are on the 22nd episode of our series, Momma Terra and the Consciousness of Her People. So if you have not joined us for this series, I highly recommend you start at the beginning. At the beginning of the series, we started out with a study conducted by the Alphabet Boys that went really, really deep into consciousness. Matter of fact, I'm still surprised that they even published that, but on the other hand, they have to give some type of disclosure. But in that particular study, they talked about the power of consciousness. They admitted that your consciousness, through your thoughts, not only did they admit, but they actually tracked through infrared light the process of manifestation, taking your thoughts and putting them into the physical, bringing them into physical existence. They had the participants think of something and they put it under infrared light, and literally a hologram of what they were thinking or bringing into the physical showed up. They also admitted in that study that the concept of time being linear does not exist, that time, the whole facade of time, the way they're teaching it, is not right. Everything happens simultaneously. They also admitted to multiple dimensions and admitted to astral travel, and you have the ability to do those things. So I highly encourage you to go back if you have not joined us for the beginning of this series to pick that up. We give the reference to that source of that study. And then we went into, Brother Sean found this particular one. We extended the series because he found information called Path to Orion, Earthly Route to Peace with Justice by Emily Windsor Cragg. You can find this online for free. via PDF. She put it out that way for free. But you can also get it in book form. Here's the book on Amazon. In this book, she talks about the creation, but she talks about it from the perspective of aliens, aka the Anunnaki, coming to the planet 450,000 years ago. And when he arrived, there were already indigenous people in North America. She also dropped a lot of gems in this book regarding the Anunnaki, bringing religion into the shebang, the whole political system, etc., etc. She digs a lot into the bloodlines. So I highly recommend you either downloading her book or picking it up. She drops a lot of gems in here, and that says a lot for her to give it away for free. But, anywho. Okay, so now where we are in this series, we extended it again. And that's based on, thank you, Sis Tressie. She sent me the Terra Papers. I had been looking for that for years because I lost it. It's not in print anymore. So we're going through the Terra Papers, and that is giving you also history of the Galactic War. Okay, so the Galactic War between all of these beings is going into the origins of a lot of the systems that are in place today, where that stuff originated from, and who is whom in the story. Okay, so interestingly enough, the thing that stood out for me, everyone's running around talking about Inky and in Leo, and then in the Terra Papers, it pointed out that the name Inky is a title. That's not that being's name. That is the title that was given to that being. Okay. So we're going to finish up this series with the Terra Papers. So let me get my administrative stuff out the way before I give a shout out to the room, because I do want to go over just real quick. Congrats to Legendary Top Cat. He actually put out a wonderful children's book. Pick it up on Amazon. The illustration is really, really, really beautiful. I actually need to pick more up for the little one. So I'm not going to give away his stuff, but just an example of the illustration. So just go on Amazon, pick it up. It's very, very well done. I think the illustration is beautiful. So congrats to you, brother. Great work. Great work. All right. So with the administrative stuff out the way, I want to send out shout out to the YouTube chat room. My son Scotty in the house. Hey, brother, Mark's in the house. You've been around for the past couple of weeks. So shout out to the YouTube chat room. Y'all kind of building up there. So I'm not going to go through everyone's name. So shout out and peace and love to you. And shout out and peace and love to the YouTube family that's watching as well. All right. So let's get it cracking. Let me bring on my co-hosts. I see Sis in the house. Brother Sean and Brother Nuwa. Oh, I'm glad you joined us again, brother. So let me bring on Sis Sandra first. Okay, sis, you should be unmuted. I unmuted you, rather. Let me try this again. All right, sis, unmute yourself. Okay, I'm going to Brother Sean then. I don't know why you can't unmute. Let me see. Unless it's me. Nope, it's not me. Okay. Peace and love, Brother Sean.
Wholeness and power. I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. You back in town?
Yeah, I'm back to the future.
Oh, okay. All right, right. Okay. Did you enjoy yourself? You had a good birthday?
Indeed.
Good.
It was interesting being in a crater.
Yeah. Let's bring on Brother Nuwa and then let's talk about it. Okay, there goes Sis Sandra. Yeah, let's talk about that, because when you put the pictures out there, I said, you know what? Let me go look at it on an aerial map. And you're right. It sits low. Now, I probably should have Googled to see how low it sits from sea level, but that's really interesting. Okay, sis Sandra, I think you unmuted. Peace and love, sis.
Peace and love, sis, to you too. Hey, Brother Sean. Hey, family.
Hey, sis, how are you doing?
Great, thank you. And yourself?
I'm good. It's good to hear your voice.
Yours too. Thank you. And Brother Sean as well.
All right, let me bring on Brother Nuwa.
Peace and love, family.
Peace and love. How are you?
I'm doing very well. Thanks for asking. How's everyone doing?
Doing well.
Keep it up.
Good. It's good to hear your voice. Good
to be a part of the conversation. Thank you.
Yes, for sure. Okay, Brother Sean, so since you brought it up, now go ahead on with the your observations with the Vegas crater stuff.
Yeah, because it's mountains all the way around, 360
That
degrees.
I didn't know. I didn't pay attention to whatever, but.
Yeah, I mean, the whole feel of the place is just different. I wasn't there for the gambling and the buildings and all that stuff. That didn't attract me at all. I couldn't stay from the mountains. They got a story to tell.
I'm sure.
I mean, you can see where and how the terraforming was done. Ain't no hiding it.
Yeah. Once you know what you're looking at.
Exactly. You can tell that wasn't no natural erosion.
Like a quarry.
Yes.
That's exactly what it is.
Like a quarry. And it makes you sad, to be honest.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So, because, and I can't believe I've never been to Vegas. I guess I'm going to have to go because I'm not a gambler like that. But I guess I can go for the experience. But go to Cali all the time. I haven't been in a while, but I'm really familiar with Cali. But supposedly and allegedly, Cali's atmosphere is different than Vegas.
Well, Vegas is a depressed atmosphere because there's so many. Well, when I go there, that's how I feel. I feel like there's a lot of bad energy here.
But I mean, far as like not so much the air quality, because Cali's air quality, well, LA's air quality, San Diego is beautiful. You go further up north, it's beautiful. But LA's air quality, oh my God. But the atmosphere pressure, that's what I'm trying to say. The atmosphere pressure supposedly is different from Cali to LA. I'm sorry, from California to Vegas. And it was interesting because my mom, she had visited California, and then she went with her cousin to Vegas, and they drove. So they drove from LA to Vegas, which I forgot. What's that, Sandra? Like 8 hours? I forgot.
To Vegas? About 5.
5, okay.
Yeah, about 5.
Okay, 4 or 5, something like that. So they drove to Vegas, and it was funny as hell. So she left Vegas to come back to Atlanta when she was in Atlanta with me. I never laughed so hard in my life. Her fucking hair was standing straight on top of her head. I said, what the hell is wrong with your hair? She said, I don't know what the hell is wrong with that atmosphere. She said just every wave, every curl was gone. And she was sitting up there looking like Woody Woodpecker. I'm laughing now, thinking about it. Looking a mess.
It's very dry. I used to live down in the LA area, and I never have to worry about moisturizers in my hair and all that kind of stuff. But once I moved up closer to, the desert, which is straight across from Vegas almost, in where Central California, man, I lost hair.
Yeah, it's like something is different, if that makes sense.
It is.
Something is different, and the stories that's just my little lowly opinion. The stories that they're telling us, it's just not adding up. That's all I'm trying to say. Because even in Cali, if you look at Cali itself, shit, to me, Cali got different atmospheres.
It does.
To me, it does, because LA feel different than when you go to San Diego, than when you go like further up the coast. It's a different atmospheric pressure. So it's like they're not telling us they're not telling us the story. And go to Cali, they have aren't those really tall ancient trees called sequoia trees?
Yes.
It's just that they're not telling us everything. So that's interesting.
I'll be back out there.
Huh?
I'll be back out there in July. I gotta hit the mountains. I gotta hit San Diego.
Yeah, San Diego is beautiful. That's my favorite. I was gonna move there back in the 90s. But I decided not to. But yeah, San Diego is breathtaking. It's really, really pretty.
Scotty, in July, I'm gonna be looking for you, bro. I'm coming back down there in July.
Cool. Sis Cheryl said the most cratered landscape on Earth is a Nevada desert called Yucca Flat.
Mm-hmm.
The craters are the remnants of nuclear tests conducted by the United States since early in the Cold War.
Mm-hmm. You could tell because while you're flying all over that area, you don't see no plant life. And the ground is actually different colors depending upon where you are. And then you can see where there was lakes that are now dried
up. Yeah, so something had to have happened. You know what I'm saying? Something happened in that area. More than likely it was excavated.
Yeah. They have to bring that Hoover Dam in there to get the water. They have to man-make that one.
Yeah, well, welcome back, Brother Sean. You brought the cold weather back because we was chilling. We was in that.
It was in Chicago.
Oh, what?
Yeah, when I got to Chicago, it was cold, raining. Then they sit up and tell us that the plane got a flat tire, so it's going to take them 20 minutes to change it. Then it was an hour. Then it was 2 hours. Then it was an hour to wait for the next plane.
That's the only thing about Ohio, among other things, but that's one of the things that pissed me off. You're always being delayed for something.
That was Chicago.
Yeah, but it's like to me, Ohio jinxes. And I know that's just me and my superstition mind, but that's why if I'm going somewhere and like if I have to work the next day, I take my laptop with me because I don't trust it. Like my sister, they almost got stuck in Vegas because the same shit happened to them where they just go up to the airport like la 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 la. Oh, your shit is canceled. What? Oh, yeah, we can't. What explanation? No explanation. So they wind up paying for another ticket to come back. And they had to come back to Cincinnati and then drive in. So it's something fucking about Ohio. It pisses me off. Number one, I don't appreciate not having direct flights. So you got to go from here to there. I hate that. But yeah, nonetheless, it is what it is. Okay. So we're going to start off with, go ahead on with the fuckery. Sis Sandra, you have anything for the family?
Well, see, I was thinking about something I want to bring up other than the fact that we are really in trouble in this country with all these crazy ideas they have out there for us. But I was reading the book of Enoch,
Mm-hmm.
and you know what? It's pretty close to them Terra Papers.
Yes. Yeah.
It's so dead on to it. It talks about the Northwest, which is the West, you know, and all that kind of stuff, which the sun sets over here in Cali. And it tells about the atmosphere there and the trees and stuff. It talks about crystals and all that kind of stuff. So the Patriots are talking about we're in a fight between good and evil, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that they are going to get the seed of Cain off this planet.
Say that
And
last part again, sis.
they're going to get the seed of Cain
Oh, seed of Cain. Okay.
off this planet.
Mm-hmm.
And Enoch part 1 starts off with that information.
Oh, you know what I thought you was talking about? Inky. Yeah, Enoch. If y'all have not, when we were doing a creation story myth, Enoch was one of the books. That's a bad MF.
It's tough.
Yeah, it lines up, especially people that love the Bible. If you love the Bible, you should know the book of Enoch. Because I don't know how far along you are in it, sis, but he's gonna go over those beings and how they were clowning.
Yeah.
And he's also going to talk about the landscape of the earth.
Yeah, he's pretty much talks about the terraforming.
Yes. Yeah, that's a bad book. I have to admit. I was like, what? Yeah.
And so but the thing is, the Patriots are talking about they're going to get Cain's seed off the planet, right?
Uh-huh.
Ship them out into other space galaxies. And then I heard Gene Decode talk about how they rescued the children off the green evergreen or the green given ship.
Mm-hmm.
And how that, you know, the children were in containers, in barrels, and all this kind of stuff. And what he said, I paid attention to him a little closer, and what he said, those children that they capture are being shipped off planet as food to those people, those beings. And I said, oops. And so when I listened to the one I sent to you that you didn't get, they were talking about the beings. Enoch talks about the beings eating the children, eating man, and living off the seed of the humans. And I said, oh my goodness, it's all beginning to come together. And so he says in the beginning that the generation that will see this to come to pass are the ones that's going to ship these beings off the planet. I said, whoa, excuse me. So that's exactly what the Patriots are planning to do, is to capture them all, if not kill them, and ship them off, because that's exactly what they're talking about. So I say, I guess we that generation then, huh? Because the seed of Cain has infested the planet with their doctrines of taking over, and that we belong to them. And so that's why they, marking the people with the hoochie coochie, because they're going to keep track of their stuff. Because when they came, and it says something about how they had destroyed the planet by terraforming it when they crashed. And so when you go to Eisenhower in 1954 or something like that, those aliens crashed on this planet. And that's where you have that Area 51 where they keep them. So, Brother Sean, you were near where they keep those aliens that crashed on the planet. But they're in that area.
I know.
I know. And so it's all in the book of Enoch. I said, hey, wait a minute. He's already talking about they had crashed and how they, Cain's seed had hooked up with the fallen angels.
Mm-hmm.
And the fallen ones were the SS and but they don't call them that in the book of Enoch, but it's so close to your Terra Papers. It is so close. I said, oh my goodness.
Yeah. It's I saw this on a sister's timeline. It was meant for me to see it. I love when stuff works out like that. And the name of the video is How to Avoid Being Re-enslaved After Ascension. Critical information. What's their YouTube channel? Okay, just put in that title. You should be able to find it. How to Avoid Being Re-enslaved After Ascension. And in this video, it's a brother. Once y'all go do it, y'all gonna recognize the brothers who's taking the clip in this video. The clip is from Star Trek. Now, I'm not a Star Trek fan like that. Maybe I should get into it. I'll try. The new stuff, I'll try. I'm gonna check it. I'm gonna recheck it out. But anyhow, this particular clip, I'm surprised that they put that in there. In this clip, it is talking about this woman that had transitioned. And she's standing before someone that she thinks is her father. And then all of a sudden, she sees like her physical body laying on the ground. And she's like, or on this planet on the ground. And she's like, wait a minute, that's me down here. You're not really my father. Wait a minute, you're trying to trick me into something. You're trying to trick me. And so the being that was posed as her father was like, you just need to cooperate. You need to cooperate. I'm trying to help you. She's like, no, you're not. No, you're not. And this the part that was really powerful. She said, I have to give you my consent, don't I? I have to give you my consent. And I'm not giving you my consent. And he was pissed and turned around and walked away. So I don't know if y'all catch this, but Sean has said it several times. I have said it several times that the goal of this is to, all of this at the end of the day, I don't care how much we talk about this, that. The goal is for you to complete whatever your soul cycle is and get the fuck up out of here. Go on and transcend to something higher. Go create something new. Because you have entities that try to trap you in the reincarnation cycle for the sole purpose of energy. For the sole purpose of energy. So check out that clip. It's only 10 minutes long. It's how to avoid being re-enslaved after ascension. And then he has critical information after it. It was really, really powerful. And I think a lot of the times we get lost in all the other stuff and we're really not seeing the bigger picture. I mean, really, what do you want? What do you want? Most people, to be honest, let's keep it real. They don't even know what they want out of their physical life. What's your purpose? What are you here to do? Get to it, do it, and then what do you want to do next? Beyond this. Because that's how people keep getting trapped into this cycle of reincarnation. Now, after watching that particular clip, I thought about something that Dr. Blair, I don't know why he's been on my mind lately, but Dr. Blair said in one of his lectures that the reincarnation cycle was shut down, that it was shut down. So because we're at the end of a major age shift, so that part is shut down. And that would make perfect sense on why we see such desperation going on now.
Right.
Uh-huh.
And one of those videos I sent you, one of the Pleiadians or something that individual was channeling said that we all should tell them that we don't consent.
Yep, and Bobby Hemmett said that shit too. Bobby Hemmett said, don't go to that light. Don't go to that motherfucking light. When you transition it, don't go.
They even exposing the Anunnaki.
Yep.
They said the same thing, that the Anunnaki pretended to be gods and this, that, and the other. I mean, they just spilling it all.
Yeah, they are. They are. They are. So, damn. I don't know if it was said in that video. I don't know if somebody said it. Somebody brought up again about the sun being involved in the reincarnation process.
It was the moon. Because remember, we took those pictures of the moon. That one that I took, you could see the souls going into the moon, and some of the ones Brother Callie had took.
Yeah. Yeah, and to be honest, y'all, anybody can do that. I promise you. Go outside on a clear night. Zoom, look up at the sky. Zoom your camera, especially y'all with the iPhones, because iPhones do have a kick-ass camera. I give y'all that on the iPhones. I'm not an iPhone fan. They overpriced. They full of shit making you pay for every app. But anyhow, that's beside the point. They do have a kick-ass camera. So zoom in, take your picture, take several spots, and come back in the house. I guarantee you're going to see like souls going up. It's going to be like a little beam, like a squiggly beam of light. You're going to see it. I mean, it's easy to do.
Looks like a crochet hook.
Yes.
Flying through the air. But they're light beams.
Yep. That's one thing about these phone cameras. That shit's so advanced now. But you have to do it at night. You have to do it at night because that's when you're going to see everything. You can
also see faces.
Yes. Yep. I zoomed that MF up and I'm like, okay. And that's how I saw the melanated sisters with the locks. I caught them in the sky. I'm like, yeah, y'all stay over a sister's house. Please stay over my house. But yeah, you'll see faces. If you take pictures at night of the trees, like my neighbor and them on one side of me, they cool people, but they always be having some type of dramatization. So depending on who over there, they may have some fucked up energy. So one night I was taking a picture of something else, but so happened to catch their tree. And I blew that MF up. It was, oh my God, it was so many spirits in that tree. I got the straight willies. I'm like, and it makes sense why my sister kept telling him, you need to cut down that tree. Cut that tree down. Now it makes sense because she felt that energy. I'm like, no, that tree shouldn't be cut down just because he trifling and he don't want to get it trimmed or whatever. But yeah, you all have this technology in your hand. Use it.
You know, somebody.
I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
Somebody took a picture of the burning police off a station when George Floyd was killed, and they were burning that thing up. Do you know there were demonic or images in those flames? You could see them. You could see this big giant statue and he looked like he had a child laying across his arms and stuff like that.
Well, that whole thing was a ritual. So
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't surprise me. People don't believe that stuff, but
it is what it is.
Exactly. The whole entire thing was a ritual. Absolutely. Remember when the Pope had released them white doves?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, them crows
The
attacked us.
crows, but baby, I'm like, see, that's the indigenous people. Like, motherfucker, you ain't finna get this ritual off, not today. So yeah, exactly. So yeah, it doesn't surprise me at all. It does not surprise me at all.
Now another thing too, the Washington D.C. is applying for statehood, right? I mean, they voted for statehood.
Yeah, I don't think they're gonna get it though.
But I think.
But go ahead, sis. But go ahead. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
I think it takes 2/3 of the other states to approve. Now, what I heard in a video, it was about the Louisville Art of War. It's the 11.13 is the military code of war, and 18 point something he was reading. And what they're trying to do is to continue this capturing of these children and the pedophilia and all that kind of stuff by going under statehood. Once they do statehood, they are not considered a belligerent, occupying force.
Now, the only thing with that is, those of you that push this paperwork, you should know where I'm going with this. You should understand what I'm talking about. The corporation's boundaries, so the United States corporation's boundaries is DC. That's why DC was never a statehood.
No, it's not a state.
So, if they do that, that means the corporation is dissolved.
Exactly.
Totally.
They violated the terms of the lease.
Right.
So it's time to go.
Right.
Yeah.
So if that passed, that means that the U.S. corporation is over. That's it, unless they try to stand it up somewhere else. And I don't know how they can do that with everything else already having a statehood. Plus, it has to be something about that particular area and that ley line, or ley lines, plural, the reason that they chose to put that area together. Because if you search an aerial view of DC, and I want you to search an aerial view of the Vatican, you're going to see eerily similar. Because that is because they are taking advantage of the ley lines and the way they laid it out. What do you call that? When they lay stuff out a certain way. No, what's that? Damn, I can't get it together. But anyhow, they're drawing a certain energy off of those ley lines.
It's Egyptian.
Yeah, because that's the same way the Egyptians built their shit. Exactly, sis. With the is it the obelisk?
The obelisk.
Yeah.
Obelisk, and that's the man's
penis, basically. And you'll see it if you notice. It's like
it's sacred geometry.
Sacred geometry, yeah, but they're also creating sigils.
Yeah.
They're creating
That's what you
anytime you say Egyptian. Go ahead.
Oh no, that's what I was saying. It's like sigils and sacred geometry is like one of the sigils usually contain the shapes of the sacred geometry. And
exactly.
Then you imbue with the energy. And so if you do that on the land according to natural ley lines and stuff, then you are actually using the earth's energy and the people and things that occupy that space.
Exactly.
Well, you know, they're doing that. ISIS and what's the guy's name? King. They laid it out by them. And remember, one of the people groups that came in that federation was Egyptian. And so the queen.
They Anunnaki.
Yeah, exactly. Because Egyptian is Anunnaki. Exactly.
And see why people keep trying to act like it's a separate entity.
Exactly. Come on now.
Keep
Tell
trying
it
to
now.
act like these hybrids is something special. Keep trying to tie them back to the land.
Exactly.
That's inky in them kids. I don't care what you call them. I don't care where they place them.
They kids. Right. Come get your people. Right.
They're trying to, like the queen. The queen does the same thing. I was trying to figure out which prophet, and I think it was Nathan, that they said they got their right to rule, and they're Egyptian too. So, you know,
who you mean the fake raggedy queen and them? Yeah, it ain't like they don't admit it in they little raggedy defense.
No, they do admit it, and they're SS. So that's
and even the lady that wrote this book. That's why I respect this lady. She said that's her bloodline. Did she not, Brother Sean?
Yes, she did.
She said that's her bloodline.
So she doubted out from them. She did.
So, you know, I think she's trying to clear some things up out of her little conscience. You know, whatever the case may be. No shade to her, but they admit that that's their bloodline.
Yeah, it's just like in Stargate SG-1, the Gaul, they like parasitic, but they take on that Egyptian identity and stuff because they have been coming to Mother Earth to see her through different civilizations and stuff. So they done like, let's pick the greatest one. And, you know, that's what they do throughout time. They just mimic the greatest civilizations that always happen to be us. So that's why it looks like that, because that is their culture. That reminds me of something. Science fiction writer Octavia Butler, this Black woman, melanated woman.
She's bad. Yes, rest in power, sis. But yeah,
yes, rest in power. But she wrote about a specific alien race that literally, by their being, they could only continue to exist by going to other planets, galaxies, whatever, and mixing with the race that was there or the beings that were there. They literally could not exist without, they are parasites by nature. So they cannot.
That sounds familiar to me. Shit.
That sounds like the book of Enoch too, that they're parasitic and all the stuff we're dealing with on this planet, they're parasitic. They need human blood to exist.
And it's interesting because I was talking yesterday on the podcast update on the financial stuff. And I talked about how these kingdoms, it's the same empire. It's the same empire. They just plan out which particular hybrid is going to run the kingdom or be the head of the kingdom. But it's the same empire. So the Egyptians were the Anunnaki people.
Yeah.
And then it was from them to the Greeks and to the Romans and to the Brits. It's the same shit. That's why we keep showing y'all, look at the patterns. Look at the patterns.
It seems to be passed down through the priesthood.
It is passed down through the priesthood. Absolutely it is. Absolutely. Which is why they shut down the indigenous women's priestesshood around the planet. If you pay attention to the patterns, everywhere that they go and colonize, they got to shut whatever particular spirituality the indigenous people are practicing. They have to shut that shit down. Okay. And specifically the priestesshood, they want to shut that shit down immediately.
Hey, sis. And one of those videos, the Pleiadians said that the woman was made to be weak and fragile.
Yeah, that's that Anunnaki shit. Because they really don't, the only reason the use they have for women is to procreate. They don't even like women like that.
That's like the Muslims and their religion. Women in the mindset.
She admitted about the divine feminine. And she was talking about mother. She also brought up the fact that Lilith and a couple Lilith, Kali, and somebody else that people be worshiping are actually the dark side of the feminine energy. They were actually battling against Mama.
And I could see that, because it would take another woman to, and it's interesting that you say this, and the sisters that I talked to behind the scenes, we figured that out years ago. We're like, wait a minute. It's got to be some women helping them with this fuck shit. And we're going to start paying attention.
Volunteered to have the babies.
Exactly. And support the system.
Mm-hmm.
And we see it now. I'm sorry, go ahead, brother.
Oh no, I was just gonna add in, like, a lot of them women that are like into Satanism or like witchcraft or something, like Lilith is their like god and stuff. And
yeah.
So, and then it also into like you said, the procreation and the need for the man and the sexuality of that. So it's like going against that independent feminine energy that was like, I am creation. I don't need outside source to provide counterpart to provide creation, to create.
Right. And even just to add on to that, and a shout out to Sis Lioness. She said this years ago. She said that it was a battle among the women. Mm-hmm. And the battle was that it was a creation that was created that was on a lower frequency. Mm-hmm. And you wanted half the women that said, fucking get rid of it. We don't want it. Fucking get rid of it. And then you had the other half say, no, we can't do that. Let this creation be. And then it just kept evolving. And then it got to the point where the battle was still going. And half of the women said, well, let's let the men rule it all. And the other half of the women said, no, we can't do that. So shout out to Sis Lioness.
Stigmatized.
She was the first one that pointed out that there really was a battle among the women on the male energy on this planet. What type of male energy we wanted on this planet? Because to be honest, if the women would have stuck together, none of this shit would be taking place. I can guarantee you, none of it would be taking place.
I looked up Lilith because Lilith was mentioned once. They took her out of the script. Mm-hmm. And when they mentioned her as a cobra, as a snake. And they keep her out of biblical, depictions because she had a wicked spirit about her. And they said that she was Adam's first wife.
Yeah, that's what they said. And she was like, fuck him and this marriage and all that shit. She didn't want to cooperate. That's what they claim.
That's what they claim. But the thing is, she could have been the snake because they I think it's Isaiah says that she was a cobra, like a cobra, like a snake.
She wasn't the snake on the tree though.
No, she wasn't.
Yeah.
But in Leo's symbol is the serpent.
Exactly.
Yeah. So she was the one that was doing the dirt, like you were talking about with the.
Yeah, it was definitely a battle among the goddesses out the gate. Mm-hmm. Because it never would have gotten this out of control. Because, all right, the Anunnaki, according to the Emily lady, got here 450,000 years ago. North America indigenous people are already here, already chilling. Apparently, we was minding our motherfucking business, right? Mm-hmm. So it had to be a battle among the goddesses to get it to this state that it's in today.
Well, I'm sure she was probably considered the Queen of Heaven because all these people fell here or came down here and started this riot. And in the Bible, I think is, I forget which, but they call her the Queen of Heaven.
Well, that's they heaven. We got to remember, you know what I'm saying? I'm clearing that motherfucking shit up. Clear, because the bitch ain't over me. I'm finna to tell you that now. Let's make that clear.
Yeah, because I think she was like the creation before Eve. So they, you know, they was trying to subdue the woman. So they needed like a passive woman to go against the like wild, free woman of the Lilith.
But you know, that would be the SS queens. They what they were lizards or something?
Well, that's separate though. The SS queens and them don't have a thing to do with the indigenous women, and to be honest, I don't think Lilith does either.
They say Lilith outsmarted the Anunnaki. She had them.
I believe that.
They were supposed to be her masters, and she had them doing all the shit she wanted them to do.
But why do you think that the current masculine fucked up energy on the planet, the degenerate masculine energy, because not all masculine energy is degenerate. Let's be clear. The fucked up degenerate masculine energy. Why do you think they have to suppress a woman? Because let's be honest, we can fucking outthink y'all on good days and bad days. We just choose to let you outthink us. Catch what the fuck I'm telling you. So I'm just saying, why do you think they had to suppress that energy? And specifically in the melanated women. If you look how colonization was done across the planet, they were really, really afraid. Those colonizers, they were very fucking afraid of the melanated women oracles. They were really, really afraid of them. So that's where all those witch hunts and all of that shit came from.
I'm sorry. James,
can I put something out?
Sure, go ahead, Brother Nuwa.
It was more on the point where you're like how Lilith is the strong, independent, let's say, indigenous woman, and we put Eve as, let's say, the docile white woman of today. They tell us black men, when we get rich and famous, they give us what? The docile white woman.
That's what a lot of them run to. Absolutely.
Instead of us creating together with our indigenous black women to be an actual force to be reckoned with. So they're doing it now with the type of women that they're giving these men of power to have. Right.
Well, and that they're selecting, and then, you know, when shit go awry, they get their shit stricken away from them. They want to come run back. Just know, we don't want y'all ass. Let's be motherfucking clear. We don't want y'all ass. When you cross that wall and you say that's your preference, motherfuckers stay right on over there. We don't want y'all ass. But yes, very true.
Yeah.
Very true. I totally agree with that. Now, interestingly enough, I'm minding my business. I have been looking for this particular coin because it goes into the topic. When it first came out, now watch, I ain't gonna be able to find it and I'm gonna be pissed. I thought I put a picture of it in here. When it first came out in 2016, they put out a coin commemorating a melanated woman. Damn, now I gotta pull a picture because I want y'all to see this picture of it. And I was pissed because when it first came out, I tried to buy it, put my little order in. And then mysteriously, the U.S. Mint up there talking about they never got my order. I was pissed. And then it sold out because it sold out within a day. And I just saw where it was back. And it's expensive as fuck now. It's double the price. But I'm gonna try to find this coin. I could have sworn I put a picture of it. Because they show the melanated woman on the coin, clearly a melanated woman, and she got her braids in her hair at the back of her head.
I bought tons of them in somebody's school.
Oh, damn. You know, now one of them coins costs almost $3,000, sis.
Well, you know, when people steal, they steal.
Just one. So it's a collector's item for sure. But what got me was the fact that they put the melanated woman on the coin, and the year that they represented for her to represent the year on the coin Guess what year it was? Damn, I know I had put that link in there. Now I can't find it and it's pissing me off. The year that they chose to put her on is the first year that the U.S. corporation minted money. That's not a coincidence. So that tells me that they needed indigenous melanated woman's energy to stand a raggedy ass system up.
They were paying homage.
And they were paying homage. Absolutely. Absolutely. They were paying homage. Because remember, we told y'all money, that's why they call it currency. It has a frequency. It has a current. And literally, I'll try to find that coin. I know I snapped a picture of it. But yeah, they put her as the symbol of the first U.S. minted coin.
They've been paying homage for a long time. And our people have taken that, or rather, let the media turn it into something offensive. Like with them naming all these sports teams behind Indians or tribe or this, that, that. Majority of when the NFL first started, majority of the football teams had tribe or Indian in their name in one way or another.
Yes, they did.
They were actually paying homage, just like when they do the thing with blackface. That wasn't meant as an insult initially.
Right.
They didn't think they were funny. So they were trying to emulate the funniest motherfuckers they see.
Exactly.
Which is niggas. And I mean, okay, you got some funny people from other cultures, but the funniest motherfuckers on the planet is niggas. Right.
Yeah, that's for damn show. I rolls on
right
a regular
out of
basis.
North America. Out of North America. Regular hood.
Right. We off the hook for sure now. And it really doesn't matter what culture. But I'm sorry, go ahead, Brother Sean.
Yeah, but we keep letting them dictate to us who and what we are and what is ours. Anything that our people make, if anybody on the line make music, that's indigenous music.
Indeed.
Unless you've turned into something else, everything you create is indigenous. But they keep trying to take us back to that time and era with the flutes and the drums, the old tribal stuff. Not saying that there's anything against that. That's not where we are now.
Right.
That frequency and shit didn't help them. Why do we keep falling back on things from the past when we're supposed to be creators?
Right. True that.
That's what I was about to say. They not tapping into that creator. People are just passive most of the time. And people most of the time they think, creator, they don't even can't even conceptualize what that even means for the everyday person and stuff. They leave it to, these images and these idols and celebrities and famous people. It's like, oh, those are creators and like that type of thing. But they don't see that they can do that in their everyday life.
Right.
All you do it is tapping into who and what you are. And that's your focus and your purpose.
Absolutely.
Not anybody else's bullshit.
Exactly.
If you hear the master self, whatever gift you have, that's what you're supposed to be focusing
using
on.
it for. That's right.
You ain't supposed to be worried about their educational system and what job they tell you should take. You be miserable as fuck doing that. More than likely go die before the job is over.
Right. Which
you're
most
miserable.
are. Which most
That
are
part.
miserable. Right.
Not serving your true purpose. You're a creator. You're not supposed to be serving some other motherfucker, fulfilling his dreams, creating his reality.
That's right.
You're supposed to be creating your own.
That part.
Everybody that's on here, that's listening, y'all all capable of this.
Absolutely.
All you got to do is do it. Ain't nothing or nobody to stop you but you.
Absolutely.
Everything is wide open right now. Ain't no more contracts with them. All that bullshit is over. They shit is over.
Right. Create.
Act like it.
Exactly.
Exactly. Do what you supposed to be
Exactly.
doing. Create them out of existence.
That's what I
Because
feel.
what you create in higher frequencies, they can't fuck with it.
Yep.
They can't be a part of it. Period.
Yep. Agreed.
All we got to do is do it. And I'm telling y'all, I'm gonna be around. If y'all in the areas where I'm at, we need to link. It's happening for a purpose. This is the time
Yep.
to make things happen. We got
Yep.
to do it.
Get
We
it
can't
cracking.
keep talking about it. We got to make shit happen.
Exactly.
Period. I
Exactly.
digress.
Okay, I'm gonna show y'all this coin real quick. Okay, Sis Flame. I'm gonna try to jump over and look at it. Hold on, y'all. Let me all right. Let me see when you can see it. It's coming up. Hold on. All right. So this is the coin. Now I don't know about y'all. Look like a sister to me with some braids or some locks. So this is the coin, and you can't see it real good here, but the year that they're commemorating have her on is 1792, which if you look that up, that's the first year that the U.S. court minted a coin. It's called the Coinage Act of 1792. Okay. And they had a copper, half cent, silver, and then gold. Okay. And so in this particular example that I'm reading, to show you how they motherfucking ass ain't right. Let me share the screen so y'all can see what I'm seeing. I need window capture just a second. Let me see when y'all can see. Of course not. It don't want to work. Work with me. Oh, there it is. All right. Sorry, I'm the one being impatient. I apologize. I'm being impatient. Nope, it's not that one. There it is. Okay, it should be coming up in a second. All right, window capture. All right. It should be coming up for y'all in a second.
Sis, it's called the Liberty coin.
Okay.
It's an American Liberty coin, 2007 mark the 225th anniversary of the United States Mint. To mark the momentous occasion, we are proud to introduce the 2017 United States Liberty coin 225th anniversary gold coin, featuring a modern rendition of Lady Liberty.
Now modern. Mm-hmm. You mean first? Because it came out they started taking orders in 2016. And like I said, I got gypped out of mine. And I don't know when it came back in circulation, but I just saw it again. So again, here's the Coinage Act of 1792. and they're telling you what they were minting. Okay, so here's the example. The white woman. Now, I ain't believing that for a second, but okay. All right, if you say so. So I just wanted to bring that point up to just show you all how at the end of the day, I don't care what anybody says, it's still all about energy and frequency. That's what this stuff is ran off of. And the indigenous people have forgotten that. We've forgotten. We've gotten so in tune with their systems. We've gotten so in tune with the physical part that we totally forget about the most important part, which is the spiritual part. And because of that, we've lost our connection to self. We've lost our connection with the land. And that's what got us in the mess that we're in now. But now we're starting to come out of it. We're starting to come out of it. And if you know the older history, if you know the cycles of the energy of the galaxy, of the planet, you know that that energy is going to shift. So these particular beings that have been controlling stuff, they know this. So they're pulling out every trick they can to get you back in a cycle to stay asleep. Because as long as you're asleep, they can exist. But when you're not asleep and you wake up and you say, I don't consent to this anymore, your ass is out of here, then that's it. That's it.
Hello?
Yeah, peace and love, brother.
Rhonda!
You just brought your damn self up.
Sandra! My sister! From Alamissa! Feathers up!
Feathers up, brother.
United Snakes of America down! Sean, my brother, from another mother, sitting on Mount Olympus, throwing them black lightning bolts down tonight from Caesar's Palace.
Indeed,
and
bro.
Scotty, sitting on the rings of Saturn. What up, though?
Oh, yo, what it do? 832, burning the flames.
Oh, I'm gonna bring the triple blackness of the Megatron, whatever the hell. You know what? Let me segue this way, Rhonda. The Book of Enoch.
Oh, that's a better picture.
Inside the Book of Enki, wasn't he referenced as Metatron, Sandra, Sean?
Yeah, I think so.
I believe he was considered Metatron. Some would bounce in between Metatron and Methuselah. Or it might have been Melchizedek. I'm trying to remember which one. It was. Remember, there was the belief that he was without beginning or end. Do you remember that?
Yeah, because I think Enoch wound up being Metatron, but I can't. But I know what you're talking about, brother. Go ahead on.
Okay, so he has some different references. First of all, the Catholic Church pulled him out in what some would call the Apocrypha. Now, there's two separate books. The Book of Enoch is set standalone on its own.
Mm-hmm.
Are you familiar with the Book of Jasher?
Yes.
Jashatr?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That was another one that was pulled out. Then you have, of course, the supposed early childhood of Yeshua ben Yosef, or who we call Jesus, the Christ. And then you have the other books. I think Esther had a portion of one that was removed besides, because they only make passing reference to Esther or Ruth. Or if you remember Deborah was considered one of the most prominent judges. As a matter of fact, Barack Hussein Obama's name
That's literally
the Barack that when she sent him out, she told him, go out before the army and whatnot. He said he wouldn't without her blessing. He says, well, if I go out, that they are turned over in the hand of a woman. I might be paraphrasing that, but
Mm-hmm.
that was, if I'm not mistaken, that was Judge Deborah, wasn't it, Sandra?
Yes, it was.
And Barack is where the name Barack Obama got his from biblical origins.
I was wondering if
But,
he did.
you know,
Yes.
I'm sorry?
I said I was wondering if he did that because his mom was Jewish. So.
You know, so when we're talking about Enoch, I think there was one other reference too, trying to attach into Ezekiel, Rhonda, with the wheel inside the wheel. But remember, inside the book of Enki, when there was references made to him, he was being taken up into the spaceship and he wasn't the same as the guy. Whatever the scribe's name was, Indubsar, who was given the authority to write the book of Enki.
Yeah, I can't remember his name, but yeah, I know who you're talking about.
I think it was Indubsar. That's the actual name of the scribe that was authorized to put the record, put it down in the record. But I think it was Enoch, who was Metatron, was considered a kind of a cameo type appearance thing, but he would always be popping up in and out, throughout the extent of the narrative.
Mm-hmm.
But in the Bible, we've been told two different things. We've been told about Methuselah being the oldest at 969 years. Right. Which was Noah's people. That Methuselah was Noah's people, right? The great grandfather, either great or great. I'm sorry, but go ahead, brother. But then Melchizedek was the so-called priest that Abraham gave his first tithe to, that had no beginning and had no end.
Yeah, that's
so I'm kind of, I know we're bouncing around just a bit, but I'm just trying to say that a lot of these characters are indirectly tied through Enoch, I believe, as a manner of weaving the narrative into the Torah, into the Holy Bible, and some references in the Quran.
Right.
So, but remember, they have this metaphysical or actual sci-fi narrative, because in the case of Ezekiel, talks specifically about the mothership. And you know how Elijah Muhammad and Farrakhan pushed that heavily.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Now, let's go back to Avatar eventually, but the House of El, you know what the name of Superman is, right? Kal-El. Supergirl, Kara-El. The father, Jor-El. So when we were talking about, I think the mystical beings that you were somewhat passing on, were discussing originally about Enoch, Raphael, Mike L, Archangel, Gabriel, the one who sounded the horn.
L's. Yep.
Okay, so all of these angelic forces had a Samuel. Remember what Samuel told King David and Saul, who was trying to keep the power in his own hand, but then David was being picked as the blessed representative because he was meek and was the shepherd, but then turned into the bloodthirsty warrior king. So much so, supposedly he was at the right hand of God and he was most beloved of his heart. But that's because he went on and did it. He was told and killed all the indigenous peoples and nations before him. But Solomon, his son, was going to be authorized to create the House of El. And what is the House of El? The Elohim, right?
Yep.
Sean, you pointed this out.
Yep.
So when we're talking the book of Enoch, I know I'm somewhat babbling and wandering and in circles here. That all these things are dispersed through sci-fi imagery and narrative. We know that. You were making a passing reference about Star Trek. I know it may be hard for you to get up into it, but I think once you finally do Discovery,
I'm gonna try, y'all, because I'll be stretched out trying to watch that MF.
You can get hooked.
Okay, I'm gonna try. What should I start with?
Discovery
because it's a billion of them out there.
No, get the new one. Go straight to the
new one. Okay.
Fresh off the cut. Yeah, Discovery, because she has a scene where she plays an angel that kicks off the timeline, the space travel, and the time travel. They're actually following her. She doesn't know it herself, but her mother helps her create the angel spaceship.
Okay,
It's
yeah, I'm gonna go on
actually,
and check it out, y'all. Okay,
Yeah,
put it on my list.
I don't want
this
to give it away.
weekend.
I mean, I think once you start watching it, now when you do watch that, it will automatically push you back to Picard. Because now Picard jumped us off with the Next Generation. You know, that was,
okay,
remember the original TV
that.
series? Yeah, the original TV series didn't last 3 seasons. That's what made it so phenomenal. But it kicked off such a major movie franchise. Then Star Trek The Next Generation. Then Star Trek Deep Space Nine. Then Star Trek Voyager. You know, all of them turned into longer television series than the original Star Trek did.
Mm-hmm.
And so now with Discovery, they've gone and reactivated Picard. That's actually called Picard. So when you go into, it's a CBS All Access. If you go in there and get you that free month or whatever, binge on it. It will show you, they turned him into, remember Data? The android?
Yeah.
They turned Picard into one.
What?
Oh,
get out.
Yeah. Oh, so you ain't hip to that, Sean? Oh, man, this is like, that's just like Lazarus, man. They brought his ass, but remember how Data was so preeminent in the Star Trek series because it was like the spinoff of the Tin Man from the Wizard of Oz, where the Tin Man was trying to look for a heart.
Right.
And they would make irregular passing, like little, not necessarily jokes, but it would be certain references to how Data was always trying to become as human as possible. Okay? He then created his own daughter, which was an interesting thing in itself as a narrative. Then they ended up creating a species of androids that in the future portion of Discovery will show you why, with Picard, will show you why they got banned because they blew up the plant on Mars. Does that sound like
wait a minute. Which one should I watch first, though? Yeah, because Sandra love talking about the motherfucking GGs.
Well, if you don't go into the Next Generation, you won't have a problem with going into Picard because it kind of stands on its own.
Okay.
But it does make those kind of Back to the Future references. So even if you never watched the Next Generation, which went on for a very long time, LeVar Burton,
I remember
his blind character.
Yep.
You had a Klingon who was melanated, Michael Dorn, who's never really been given a lot of props that he should because the Klingon was black, so-called black, if you will. And then Data who was the humanoid robot. Completely unique. They were never able to replicate. Now, he did have an alter ego, which is like an evil twin brother called Lore. His name was Data. Lore was the evil one. Remember that, Sean?
Yeah.
Because he caused the settlement of the planet that he was on. He attracted this crystalline creature that destroyed all the human colonizers on this planet. And Lore was deactivated before the calamity. So it was the Cain and Abel.
Okay.
Data was Abel. Lore was Cain.
Okay.
And he was constantly driven by, he actually had more emotions than Data did. Data was more like an even kill. It's kind of like the comparison between Martin Luther King and Malcolm X.
Got you.
And all of this is weaved into the motif of these storylines. But since you don't have that past history as far as the Next Generation, when you go into Picard, it will show you about why he retired and what happened to the Federation and their existence, almost like post-apocalyptic. But the event that triggered it was them blowing up that manufacturing and the plant that would create the starships on Mars.
Interesting. Okay.
You remember how the GG went left with Marduk? You know.
All right, I'm gonna give it a
So,
try, y'all.
You know,
yeah, well, I know you will. Discovery, you will definitely get into because
Okay.
it's the black female lead character. She's really going through a lot of conflict. Doesn't know who she is. Kind of have an orphan backstory. Doesn't know her mother was adopted by Vulcan. You know, that kind of thing.
The Vulcans went rogue again?
Oh, no, the Romulans is even worse in this one, Sean.
What?
Remember the Borg? Remember the Borg?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Romulans got a deactivated cube, Sean.
Wow.
Remember how the Borg and that teenage Borg called Hugh that Geordi got into, and they had a tentative relationship, and Picard was thinking about trying to send him back like a time bomb. You know, because once they had infected him with a sense of humanity, that it would go back into the Borg because, you know, they're a single mind. So they couldn't possibly tolerate independent thought. Okay? That Borg cube that got deactivated when Hugh got involved with it and got reattached to it, remember when they left him on the planet for them to recover him? That cube, the Romulans capture in the future.
Wow.
So you can imagine what happens when they go and reverse engineer Borg technology.
All right, I'm trying to check it out.
We getting kind of geekish on you right now. Right?
I know. We're a bunch of geeks anyway. But I'll try, y'all. But
the final reference, which we constantly gonna circle back to Avatar, I was trying to bring up a lot of those other motifs when we talked about this before. That ancient tree that was in the midst of Pandora, I believe it was either called the Well of Souls, but essentially it was the neural network through the root system of the entire Pandora planet. And it had all the entire indigenous people who ever lived, their spirit being, essence, or whatever you want to call it, would go back into the tendrils that would hang down from the trees, or when they sat down in that circle, when they were trying to revive Sigourney Weaver's character. They had their dreadlocks attached to the root structure underneath them.
Sure did.
And this is where they were communicating through their ancient souls of their, ancestors. And they would also be able to communicate with the other life.
Yep.
The horses, the panther that one sister rode, it was that movie was absolutely fantastic.
It's a really beautiful movie. Oh my God. And when Dr. Blair said that was the ancient story of planet Earth, I'm like, oh, that makes sense. I agree.
Now, the one thing that perturbed me was once I found out that Sophia Stewart, our other goddess chiefess, and that thief, James Cameron, he did the first step with the Terminator, splitting it off from the Matrix that she created. And he stole the thought of Avatar, because the Avatar is our metaphysical,
it is
symbolic reference of how we keep in contact with continuity generation to generation.
Exactly.
Passing on ancestral knowledge. It's not based on writing down on a piece of paper. And this whole significance that they have given. I understand your furious opposition to paperwork as a concept. I get that. But if you remember in a lot of those, and I might be geeking a little bit here now with Sean, but you get into them samurai movies, and them scrolls, if you remember the latest 3 trilogies that they put out to finalize Star Wars, did you see how Luke Skywalker with Yoda, and they burned down the tree with the library in it? Did you watch that?
I didn't see the latest one. I heard the latest one is good, and I haven't gotten to it yet.
But that's where Luke Skywalker had gone into refuge. He went off into this, remote planet, right, Sean? It had the entire record of Jedi, society. In this, it was almost like a tree too. Wasn't that a tree like set up?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And when he burnt it down, Yoda said, "Well, the knowledge ain't in the books. It's not in the scrolls." Remember what he told him about that? When he told him in that scene?
You, probably. That's what Yoda said.
Now, and he was like damn near 90 years old, Rhonda.
Yeah, Yoda the shit now.
No, I'm talking about Luke Skywalker.
Oh, Luke.
How many times did he have to tell 90, him that?
He should know it by now. Shit.
And you just took the words out of my Yoda chastises that, didn't you, Sean?
As he should. Shit, what the fuck you worried about some books? You supposed to know it by now at 90? Come on, dude.
So he was trying to hide again, even later in life, Rhonda. That's what was the interesting thing.
Because people fall back on the paperwork. They fall back on that, and when, at the end of the day, if that stuff is destroyed, what next? What next?
Well, that was the point that Yoda was trying to explain to him about the young woman that they're bringing up, the Rogue One, and the last three. Newest over there. It's a young female that has the Force,
right?
And he was being resistant to training her. So that gets into
Luke's
our issues of Luke Skywalker.
Well, but they are Anunnaki. Y'all do realize
that not what's going on between the Boomer generation and the Generation Z? Is that not what's going on today? Yeah. And so when we're listening to these people, and I don't know, this is a slightly, abbreviated fuckery report. Interesting that 7 motherfuckers were suspended. And I don't know whether you think of how you think of 7 days in the week or spirituality is the number 7. Those bastards were in the back of a pickup truck. Did you see that video, Sean? Where they showed them the only other thing they released after that little 20-second blip crap in North Carolina that they released. And did you notice the Indian name of the county the sheriffs worked in? Okay, Pashtak or something like that, or whatever. They showed them deep in the back of a damn pickup truck, like them necks do when they go hunting. Okay, with the clan, with their hoods, and with their crosses. And I'll finalize with this statement. Guess who Ahmaud Arbery's perpetrators are now all of a sudden in the last 24 hours being charged with hate crime, Ron?
What?
You see the bullshit? They're now amping up, which we still haven't heard what the damn 3 marauders who are on video running him down, because, niggas are never out of season, right? They even stop shooting deer and rabbits and ducks. But niggas ain't never out of season, right? So now, all of a sudden, after they have put out, what was it, Sean, 3 or 4 incidents in the last month where all of a sudden Asians, they're filing hate crimes against indigenous black men primarily, and I think 1 black female as well, for supposedly violating Asians. Now, Ahmaud Arbery been dead an entire year. They all of a sudden said, okay, we'll slap a little hate crime penalty charge on top of it, because this trial hasn't gone forward yet either. Now, again, these are 3 civilians. One of them is a retired ex-paddy roller. Because that's what the slave patrols were starting.
Right.
The slave patrols and the police force, etc. But again, all you centurions, whether you use that word from the Roman Empire, because you know what the centurion's job is. It's to protect the white supremacist system. You ain't got to go home. We're going to tell you, we're going to remind you every week.
Right, every week.
Your time is up. You ain't got to go home, but you got to get the hell up out of here. And I yield.
All right, brother 832. Thank you so much, brother. It's good to hear your voice. Very good to hear your voice, brother. Okay, thanks, sis. Flame. Sis sent me a better pic of melanated indigenous Lady Liberty. So here she goes. So you all can see the picture. Now, like I said, they first started minting it in 2016 and it sold out quick. Sold out real quick. I think it was like at $600 back then. And yeah, sis, this is up to what, 2,500 today. So it's definitely a collection item, but that's not why I'm bringing this up. I'm bringing this up to just show you how all of this is ran off of energy. And particularly, they are harnessing the energy of the planet, which is feminine, and indigenous women energy is very, very important. It's extremely, extremely important. And indigenous women, you can't be asleep at the wheel. You just can't. You cannot think that the men can do everything. They can only do so much. They have a specific job, but you can't be sleep on the wheel on the spiritual side.
It says,
Uh-huh.
the brothers can't do shit without the divine feminine being.
I agree.
Right?
I totally agree.
And one way or another, so-called brothers is chasing after the divine feminine. Whether he's trying to be her.
True that.
Whether he's trying to be with her, control her, whatever it be. His whole universe is circled around her.
Right.
And if the brothers don't realize that by now, maybe that's where a lot of your problems is coming from.
See, I ain't say that. That came from a man. I'm just saying.
But sisters, being that divine feminine creatress, mother of all, you got to do your part.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry to say, right now more of the weight is on your shoulder.
It is. It really is.
Until you're able to stand these brothers up and shift the weight and balance things out.
Yep.
You got to do more to be externally beautiful. I mean, I know y'all can't help that. Y'all was just
don't be trying to flatter us, Sean. Get to the tea.
I
Get
love
to the
y'all.
real info.
I can't help it. I love y'all. I can't help it.
But no, seriously, absolutely. Yeah. We do have a job to do. Absolutely. And we got to get our shit together. And that means holding each other accountable.
Exactly.
So just like we get into brother shit, sisters, we have to hold each other accountable. So when we see each other doing fuck shit, I call it mammyism, we got to call that shit out. We got to call it out. And just like we said, it's going to be a purging going on. It's going to be a purging going on with a lot of sisters too. It's going to be a purging because if you love the patriarch system so much, you love getting your ass whooped for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, being treated like shit, y'all can all pack up and move the fuck on up out of here because we're done with that. We're done with that. That's not what you were put on this planet for. You're not put on this planet to just be breeding, and then you don't give a fuck who you breeding with. And then when the soul comes into the realm, you still not really giving a fuck. We're done with that. We're done with that. We're done with that energy. You're either going to get your shit together or we're purging you the fuck out. I've been trying to warn y'all for a while, but I'm telling you, you're going to be purged out. You got to get your shit together. You are not helpless. It started with you. You have in your genes the nations. You were the first one on this planet. Now, if your genes is mixed up with them other folks, that's your sky daddy, you resonate with them, I'm cool with that, sis. But you got to get the fuck up out of here. I'm just fencing to tell you, you got to get the fuck up out of here. And don't be coming trying to recruit us to bow down to y'all bullshit. It will never happen. Read my lips. It will never happen. The shit is over. So melanated women, we have to hold each other accountable. All of this fuckery going on, we're done with it. We're done. So mammies, we calling you out. Pick-me's, we calling you out.
Can I add something to that?
Absolutely.
When it comes to the creation story, it's almost backwards to how reality is. In the Bible, it says that man was made first and that woman came from the man's rib. But in reality, we come from the woman. So
Absolutely.
So it shows us that their religion is backwards from nature itself, because we do come from the woman. So the woman would have to be first, because how are we going to come from something that doesn't exist?
Exactly. Exactly. So it is what it is. People need to get their shit together. We have to hold each other accountable. And it is purging time. Let's be clear. So let's not sit up here and be like, kumbaya, let's get along. It's purging time. Not everybody's going to make it. They have every opportunity to make it like you want to make it or you are going to make it. It's their choice. So if they are tied to a certain type of energy, that's their choice to do that. They just can't go into the higher frequencies. So you have to make the decision. What do you want to do? You want to put on your, cape, a captain save a hoe, or captain save a nigga, or you want to continue to create and build for the future generation. Now, I'm not trying to be harsh. Maybe I am. Okay, be honest, Rhonda. You of a certain age, I have no fucks to give with you on the fuckery. I'm sorry. I just don't have it to give. You're old enough to know better. Fuck you. That's just the bottom line. I'm personally not doing this for your old ass. It ain't about you. We're supposed to be building for the next generation, handing off them something fucking solid. And in order to do that, you have to be solid. And in order to be solid, you got to let go of fuck shit. You call it out. Once you call it out, you've done your job. And you keep that shit pushing. So it is what it is. Okay, so I definitely wanted to share that coin with you all, with the sister on there. I think that's very powerful. And again, it's definitely all about energy. Make no mistake about it. Brother Sean, did you have anything else you wanted to add? I do have another follow-up, but I didn't want to brush past you either.
I'm good, sis. Go ahead.
Okay, so let me bring this up. Remember we talked about Andrew Jackson and him being swarthy.
Mm-hmm.
So, wait a second, y'all. I love it when my equipment works. I'm like, yes, when my equipment works. All right, so this is from our guy.
That reminds me.
Huh?
Oh no, I was in some other, I think, clubhouse or something, and we were talking about something about melanated Europeans and stuff, and I was saying that there's a lot of research and evidence out there, especially from memoirs of people that were alive during the time that was like, hey, this person looked like this person, or they look like this and that. And so it was Andrew Jackson was brought up, and then I also brought up George Washington as well too. because that phenotype of like, the light skin mix, with the blue eyes, light green eyes, that French Basque, Iberian bloodline is very much a thing, and people tend to like kind of don't see that's easy. That's actually the easiest images to whitenize, especially during those times.
True.
If you have a phenotype that has a more straighter nose, thinner lips, more wavy curly hair, hair, that's easier to whitenize. And then you got to also understand too that in memoirs, if people saying, hey, George Washington was ruddy, he was tawny, he was swarthy, and then he also looked like Benedict Arnold, who was also like this, and he also kind of looked like Andrew Jackson, that was like this. So then it's like a clear, it's all lining up to say that this is a specific type of phenotype from these so-called Black melanated Europeans that were coming into the 13 colonies. And then like because I'm in like, the arts and entertainment, all that type of stuff, like you even see it in Hollywood. Think of how many actors that are like, we consider them Black actors, but they're like very tawny, light-skinned, with blue eyes, green eyes, like that bloodline, that Huguenot, Iberian bloodline is still, it's still sustaining to this day. And then people just, because we've been, indoctrinated to think European is synonymous with so-called white skin, white European, they have blotted out this whole timeline of history where it's like, well, with this talk of reparations and all this stuff, you might be get your reparations from a so-called other Black person than what you think it is. If you really, go back and look at what it actually was, who was the people that was actually doing some of these things, not to, take anything away from, people who are not melanated, who did things, but like you also, it has to be across the board. It's no passes. It's nothing that. You gotta, everybody need to be held accountable for the part.
That is right. Very well said, son Scotty. Let me give you your hand clap. Absolutely. Very, very well said. Okay, so family, this is from Knowledge of Self. He's on Facebook. I don't know if he's opened back up his group. He's a hell of a researcher. So he's saying The Real Andrew Jackson by Charles Wilson Peele. My pious mother, nearly 50 years in the tomb, and who, from her cradle to her death, had not speck upon her character, has been dragged forth and held to public scorn as a prostitute. Well, damn. Damn. Just putting all her little business out in the streets. Who intermarried. Damn. Intermarried with a Negro, and my eldest, damn it, what's this over here? And my eldest what? And my eldest brother sold as a slave in Carolina. Oh, fuck! That's a quote from Andrew Jackson. Hell no to the no. Let me go back over that again. My pious mother, nearly 50 years in the tomb, and who, from her cradle to her death, had not speck upon her character, had been dragged forth and held to public scorn as a prostitute who intermarried. Oh, that's why she was held as a prostitute, because she married a white man. Damn, yeah. Intermarried with a Negro, and my eldest brother sold as a slave in Carolina, Andrew Jackson. So, wouldn't that make him mulatto? Am I missing something?
Nope.
Okay, so it would make sense why in the White Trash, the 400 history book, she said he was swarthy. And she also said that when he was running for president, that they were calling his wife a fat black bitch, so meant that Andrew Jackson was married to a melanated woman. Makes sense to me. Okay, so he gives the source of where that's coming from. So they ain't teaching that in history. So when we talk about Andrew Jackson and the Indian Removal Act, now I'm looking at my nails. Who did that? Okay, then. Okay. All right.
But you know what's ironic? Trump was always talking about Jackson.
That was his dude.
And Lincoln. Jackson and Lincoln.
Both
So we
melanated.
know-
Yep. And Lincoln wasn't mixed. We didn't find anything about him being mixed.
Not at all.
All right, so less specific was a rumor of Jackson having colored blood, meaning having Negro ancestry. In his book, Jackson in New Orleans, Alexander Walker gives the following account of Andrew Jackson's picturesque personal appearance in 1814. His complexion was sallow and unhealthy, his hair iron gray, his body emaciated. So he gives the little source out of that. So sallow, he's given the definition, means discolored. And then there goes, tawny. Sallow means tawny. Oh, that's interesting. I did not know that. Interesting. Right. Tan or tawny will be the color of chestnut. Yep. President.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Scotty.
Oh no, because I was saying like another thing that was brought up too is like the conversation of like phenotype and like people, you know, understand it's just like a just whatever scientific term for just like how you describe the physical attributes of a person, a being, or whatnot. So these things that they describing are like terms of how they were like describing people's phenotype. All these adjectives of colors and like how their skin looked and the texture of their hair and the bridge of their nose and eyebrows and lips and all that. That is like letting you know like this is what this person physically looked like.
Exactly. 1000% agree. Okay, so President Jackson's father was born in Carrickfergus County, Antrim. Child, let me sip my water. Where was his father born? Ireland. He's a white man anyway. So he's European. 1738. The descendant of Old Irish preserves to this day the original personal characteristics of his forefathers. His complexion is swarthy. Oh, wait, no, his father was black. My bad. Shit, forgive me, y'all. God damn it, shit.
The Irish was black back then.
Yeah, the Irish was black back then. Yeah. Wait a minute. I thought his mom was white, right? Yeah, his mom was white. His dad was swarthy. So black Irish. Black Irish. So if his mom was white, she had to be some sort of European. So that makes him not indigenous to this land, right?
Exactly.
Okay. I just want to motherfucking make sure I got it properly. So would it not make sense if he's melanated and he's not indigenous to the land that he had no problem doing the Indian Removal Act?
Exactly.
Because it had nothing to do with color. All right. Oh, okay. Yeah, I have this book, Ancient and Modern Britons. Okay. Oh, wait, I'm skipping something. That the wild tribe of Ireland were black men is hinted by the fact that a wild Irish man is a Gaelic, a black Irishman. The wild Irishman or black Irishmen presumably of the same race, were the same. Okay, so that's coming out of ancient and modern Britons.
Hey, sis.
Uh-huh.
Wild Irish Rose.
That motherfucking drink from the 70s, our parents was drinking.
Mm-hmm. And they're still in the stores to this day. People
You gotta
drink.
be kidding me. People still drinking that shit.
They still drinking Rose.
Some old heads for sure.
No, but that's just ironic. They can call the melanated people over there wild Irishmen. And they bring that wild Irish Rose shit over here. And that had niggas acting like wild Irishmen.
Right, because remember, I know y'all have heard this before. Y'all ran across melanated people that can't drink. They can't really hold a liquor. And if you were around like older people, they would always say, yeah, you know, such and so can't hold a liquor because they got what? They got Indian in their family.
Mm-hmm.
That's G.
So that's interesting because the Irish today, they known for getting fucked up on the regular.
Mm-hmm.
So that's interesting. Good catch, Brother Sean. All right.
St. Patty's Day.
Huh? Yeah, St. Patty's Day. Yeah. Okay, so now both of these portraits are said to be painted by Charles Willson Peale in 1819. Both of these portraits are located in the Philadelphia Museum of Art. Shut the front door. Charles Willson Peale was an American painter. He is best remembered for his portrait painting of leading figures of the American Revolution. Among those Peale desired to paint was Andrew Jackson. Jackson, agreed to sit for Peale beginning on the morning of January 24th after breakfast. All right, so that's the little source. It is a well-known documented fact that Charles Willson Peale painted Andrew Jackson's portrait in 1819. There are also reproduced here original portraits by Charles Willson Peale in 1819. Andrew Jackson was a much painted man, but many of these portraits are now known only through prints. The original paintings having escaped discovery. So they give the little source. Okay, escape discovery. You mean burn and then the originals hidden? Because I was in the comments of Autodidactic. I was reading it because he was going over how the original Europeans were melanated. And it was one particular comment that this one gentleman said that his family was one of the families that they had collector's items of like the melanated statues and paintings and all of that. And the authorities came through and took their shit. Took it away from him. This person said, I can't remember if it was their grandfather or their great-grandfather.
You know, Glenn Beck, he did a series on famous melanated people. And I think that's when he lost his show.
He did.
Yeah.
He did. Yes, Sis Flame, we smoke. We ain't got time to be fucking with that alcohol. Y'all ain't gonna have me sick like that. Fuck that. I can't do it. I have a drink or two, but no, you ain't gonna have me fighting and cutting and all of that. I don't think so. Okay, so damn, where was I at?
Glenn Beck. That's the last comment.
Okay, now I was trying to look where I left off. Okay. Oh, here we go. All right. The sitter in the portrait is erroneously said to be a man named Yarrow Monmouth, a pseudonym. Eurocentric tells us that he was a West African Muslim. After 44 years of being a slave, somehow won his freedom after when he was 60, and though unemployed, somehow made enough money to purchase, child, I know, go on and tell it now, brother, to purchase a 5-bedroom townhouse and became a financier who owns stocks. Yeah, just like they claim those sharecroppers purchased hundreds and hundreds of acres of land.
Did he write a book on how he did that?
Right, because I'm like, motherfucker, please.
That sounds like a payoff to me.
Please pass that knowledge on. Right. No, that what it really is, he already had change. That's why I brought up the example of, and it just drives me crazy, people in the South that have acres and acres of land that's been in the family like forever. And they're like, yeah, my family was sharecropper. And I'm like, they got the land after slavery. And I'm like, do you really fucking think they gave slaves acres and acres of land after slavery? If that was the case, why people bitching and moaning now about reparation? No, that land has always been your family's land. And it's just your ancestors were smart enough to keep that land in your family. So this is kind of the same situation when you see melanated people that had a bunch of loot. Back in the day, they were fucking connected. They were connected. They were a part of that empire, that European bloodline. That's what that means. Okay, so,
And for those that like to place everything here and say that they emulated it every place else, if everything did happen here and all royalty originally was here, they still were some dirty motherfuckers.
Right.
They still had to have subjects. They were still running around conquering shit.
Yep.
I honestly don't believe that everyone will be able to find land patterns.
I agree.
Because
it's so muddied.
some people had to be subjects to these kings, emperors, etc. So, and all of those titles under the patriarchal system, all of those titles, that's Anunnaki shit.
Yeah.
The whole concept of owning any part of Mama is Anunnaki shit. You can't own Mama.
Right.
Period. Period. Dot.
Yep. You're supposed to be the caretakers. No, I totally agree. I mean, don't get me wrong, I get the land patent path. But I told people, be prepared, because you still have to prove that, you're indigenous to the land. Because they know who's indigenous and who's not. So if your family was issued a land patent because you was the kings and them boys in them, then that's not really, you know what I'm saying? You still have somebody else's indigenous people's land. So I'm just saying, I'm not telling you not to go that route and pursue that. I'm just telling you to be prepared. Because if your family was issued that from the king and them, and your family bloodline ties back to Europe, you're not going to get it. Now, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm not knocking anything that anybody is trying to do to help our people. I'm not knocking it at all. But you have to keep taking everything back to the beginning.
Right. Agreed.
And then at the end of all of this, the system is no more. You can't keep filing paperwork with a bankrupt corporation that is no longer in business.
You pay taxes.
Right.
Who's paying taxes? They taking people's shit.
Yeah.
How many people are voluntarily giving them to them? I mean, you have some people that do that because of the way that they file at the end of the year. They have to pay them some money, this, that, or the other.
Right.
Or if they catch you up in some bullshit,
Right.
that's the only time you voluntarily, even though it ain't voluntarily, you mad the motherfucker while you sending it to them. But still, that's the only time that you quote unquote voluntarily give it to them.
Right.
So people that talk all this stuff about this paperwork they filed not to have to pay taxes, this, that, or the other. If you're doing that fine and dandy, you found a way to get a privilege. But on the other end of it, you show that you're a good citizen.
Yep.
Period. They only looking out for their citizens.
True that.
Period.
True that.
That's why as indigenous beings, nothing in their paperwork has anything to do with you.
Agreed.
To date.
Agree.
The goddamn aliens won't even say who the fuck we are for real. They talk about everything and everybody else. They telling on each other, telling ancient names, ancient secrets
right.
on
Right.
each other.
Right.
But ain't a motherfucker acknowledged who the fuck we are.
Exactly.
They all feeding off of us. Even the ones that are quote unquote here to help. You bitches sat back and watched for hundreds and thousands of years after you got your nanny asses kicked by the same goddamn draconians and Anunnaki and them other fighting motherfuckers that's been going all over the universe kicking motherfuckers' asses. Now all of a sudden y'all want to bring us some technology and all this type of
right.
shit and help us and this, that, and the other. Who's to say we ain't done majority of this shit ourselves by awakening?
Exactly.
And now y'all want to piggyback off some shit and act like everything is all cool. You bitches still ain't sat down and talked to us.
Right.
Y'all talking to everybody else, channeling through every goddamn body else. Fuck that channeling shit. Get off that goddamn ship and come talk to a brother.
Right.
Tired of the bullshit. You ain't got to talk to anybody. You can come right here on Truth Uncompromised and talk to the family because we got some questions for your alien ass.
Exactly. Exactly. Very good.
I just saw that Alex Coulter. I had a video. I was watching him, and he was talking about all these species that take him to their places and talk to him and all this kind of stuff. And Brother Sean, you just kind of like got my ideas too. They don't reach out to us. They don't reach out to us at all.
Right, because to reach out to us, number one, that's acknowledging that we are who we are.
Yeah.
And that's a whole motherfucking separate conversation. That's like a motherfucker trying to offer you $50,000 when you're you a billionaire, trillionaire. All of this shit is yours. That's what that's really about. So they're never going to stand up and say who we really are. You have to claim it. And it has to start within.
And they claim to be the righteous, the light.
Well, yeah, fuck all that. That means nothing to me because your actions show me different. So I don't give a fuck what they claim to be.
Exactly.
Yeah, we know that's bullshit. We totally know. But yeah, that's the deal on the land patents. Now I know for a fact, folks have been claiming, honey, they family owned this territory, that territory. Now I'm finna to say something. That's how the Moors are caught up in different organizations, talking about they own Louisiana, they own this, they own Florida, wooda wooda wooda. And when you ask, run them motherfucking receipts. And just one name I was given, I'm like, how the fuck you own something? That person ain't even indigenous to the land. Well, such a soul gave them. I'm like, I don't give a fuck what king gave them what, when, and how. They're not indigenous to the land. And at the end of the day, that's why them people can't get them claims. So the people that came over here to get them land patents, they were given the land patents for the work that they put in on behalf of the crown. They're not going to honor it. So just beware. I'm not saying that's not an avenue, but the reality of it is a lot of land patents were issued to people that are melanated European. So you're going to have to prove it. Just because King so-and-so gave you a patent, and at whom's expense did King so-and-so give you that patent? Who does the land really belong to? So, but that's all.
Because at that time, because during that time, tribes had been running all over the damn place. You don't know who originally had that land prior to that, in order for the president to issue it to somebody. That means that the corporation had to be in place in order to assign it to somebody.
Exactly. And if you go pull the state charters, I know South Carolina has the best one. You pull that charter, it shows you how he fucking carved up the land.
Mm-hmm.
It shows you how he fucking carved up the land.
Because I have 3 certified copies of land patents. Of my people. And everybody in the family don't have land patents. Just my great uncle. His mama and daddy ain't even have land patents.
Wow. So how did he get it?
He bought it.
Child. Okay.
So I'm just saying, because to me, it seemed like great-great-grandpa would have been the one with the land patent, taking care of the family and everything. Yeah. They wound up moving up here to Ohio.
Mm-hmm.
And Uncle, his land patents, he stayed out now.
Right, with the land. Yep.
His land, not his daddy land.
His
not
land.
His mama land. Yeah, that he bought.
Yep.
Not that he inherited, that he bought.
Yep. Well, there you go. Again, I didn't even know you could buy land patents.
I guess back then you could.
There was a time that they wouldn't even sell melanated people land.
Thing is, it was probably mainly all melanated people.
Exactly, from the beginning.
They were still trying to get a foothold.
Exactly.
So with their fraudulent paperwork, they knew at any point in time that they could finagle shit up out of motherfuckers.
Right.
It's that paperwork. That's the whole trap.
It's been for quite some time. Mm-hmm.
They put paperwork to claim to own things that there was no paperwork or ownership of.
Exactly.
So all that's part of the scam to get people to think that motherfuckers own something.
Right. Agreed. Agreed.
You can't get away from the fundamental truth. That's where people get lost in all
In the
this different
sauce. Exactly.
that they put out there. It's not like that information wasn't out there.
True.
I don't care who has brought it to the forefront. That's no knock against anybody's research.
Right.
The bottom line is you found something that they left sitting there to be found.
Yeah.
They wouldn't have put it out there if they didn't intend for it to be found.
Yeah.
It's all their information.
Yeah.
All the information that's pertinent to you is within your DNA and RNA,
Absolutely.
which they are trying to rewrite.
Absolutely.
They see that all this paperwork shit is failing, that whether you do the paperwork or not, your bloodline is what verifies the paperwork. So your bloodline is everything, period, without the paperwork.
Exactly.
So now if they can alter your DNA, now your bloodline doesn't even tie back to mama. Therefore, your frequency doesn't tie back to mama. Therefore, you're doomed to reincarnation. Whole new game. Another 30,000. So whatever they say.
Right, because they gotta feed.
They got you.
They gotta feed.
They got you.
They gotta feed. So yeah, so that's all we're saying with that. That's why your genealogy, you gotta do it. You can't be bullshitting around. You gotta know who your people are. And I don't give a fuck what nobody say. That's what's gonna stand. That's what's gonna stand. Because you can't take away from me my mother, my grandmother, my great-great-great. You can't fucking take that away from me. So I don't give a fuck what you put before me. That's going to stand on everything. So please do your genealogy. Dig deep. And if your genealogy comes back where you have European in there, or if you're all European, you have to own that shit. Stop bullshitting yourself. Stop playing. Because this ain't the time for play. You better get your shit together and own who you are via your bloodline and keep it pushing. Because I'm telling you, none of that shit is going to get over anymore. That's what all of this stuff is about. None of it is going to get over with the paperwork. None of that shit is going to stand. We're not even at that frequency anymore. It's not going to stand. You got to get your shit together. They're working very, very hard, very overtime to put you back into a certain category classification. They working their ass off. I saw coming through my feed, they naming all of the celebrities that's motherfucking going over to Ghana, building stuff. I think they said Stevie Wonder, Teddy Riley, and I'm like, these bitches working hard. I see what y'all trying to do. I see exactly what you're trying to do. Because the indigenous people are waking up and like, oh, no, motherfucker, this is my stuff. And it's enough people woke. You have to stand on your genealogy. You have to stand on your genealogy. That's the key. So it's okay to, look at other people's research, take suggestions, but I don't give a fuck about any of that. If you don't know who you are, none of that's going to matter. Because their particular remedy ain't your remedy. That ain't your people's story. It's just not. You have to stand on your genealogy. All right. let's finish this up right quick. Yeah. So basically, he's saying Andrew Jackson by Wilson Peel. His complexion was sallow and unhealthy. His hair iron gray. His body emaciated, like one just recovering from a lingering and painful sickness. So now I don't know if this is Andrew Jackson for sure. I don't know. I know I've put other pictures up here from Knowledge of Self. I don't know. I particularly trust his research. So according to him, this is the real portrait of Jackson, and this is the fake one, or the public one that they're showing us. And let's say even if this isn't him, we know damn sure that ain't him.
Exactly.
He don't look mulatto to me.
He's not Swanee.
Right. Tawny, none of them motherfucking shit. So we do know that. Okay. So I just wanted to bring that up again. And the reason I keep putting this before you all, and I'm not letting the shit go, because people want to get comfortable and they want to get into this they. And I always have to say, no, you have to be specific. Who are you talking about are they? When are you talking about they did X, Y, Z, etc.? I'm saying that for a purpose. Because we cannot generalize with one brushstroke. You have to be clear. You have to know whom is whom. You have to enter and understand that you are breaking a spell. You have to enter and understand that if you're listening to this information, you are breaking a generational bloodline spell / curse. You have to fucking realize that. You have to realize what you are doing right now will carry over to the future generations. So that's why it's important for you to know thyself. You're not supposed to be following anybody's script. You have to be fucking clear and specific. You have to know thyself. You have to know your bloodline. This is not no plaything. And jumping on every bandwagon gonna keep you getting fucked up. Gonna keep you confused, gonna keep your bloodline confused. You have to be crystal fucking clear of what you're doing, what you're representing. All right. So with that said, yes, sir.
The most important part of knowing self, like you said, is the bloodline. People keep insinuating that associating with a nationality or this, that, or the other is the only way to freedom or this, that, or the other.
Right.
But nations is a unity of different bloodlines.
Right. Absolutely.
What name people chose to unite under, or what names were erroneously given, are all slave terms now. I don't care what you say. They're defeated people. The whole frequency of those names and everything belongs in 3D. If we're creators and we're able to form new unions,
right?
The further you go back in history, people was named something different. We didn't become this Indian thing and these nationalities attributed to it until when? The 1400s or something like that?
Right.
So People have been remaking the image of themselves and what they call themselves based upon the circumstances that they find themselves. I don't want to associate with a colonized frequency.
Right.
Frequencies of uncertainty. We're so mixed with so many different tribes right now and not able to really verify certain things beyond their records and associating things with the territory on Mama. We was free to go wherever we wanted to.
Yep.
So some of everybody was some of everywhere. So just because somebody wound up down here in this area, and this area is called this, then they automatically called that, but their bloodline goes back to here.
Yep.
Knowing thyself. You know who your mom and daddy is. You know who your grandparents are, both sets. That's your trinity and foundation right there, your 4 corners. That's what you know for sure.
Exactly.
And if that trinity and foundation is indigenous, what more do you need to prove to any other motherfucker? Be
Well,
who you are.
Exactly.
Fuck labeling yourself. You don't run around labeling yourself every day. Nobody did. You were called a name. People addressed you by name, not by your nationality. And if I remember correctly, wasn't it Inky and them that started all this nation shit and division shit?
Oh, of course.
But we're the bad guys for paying attention to what they put right in front of our face. We not making this shit up.
Nope.
They put it right there in our face. You want to hide something, put it in plain sight. But they gave y'all too many other things to look at, too many other things to play with. It's the end game. You're supposed to be at the bottom line. You ain't still supposed to be trying to take steps down the ladder.
Right.
It's the end game. Y'all talk about it all the time. Talk about these movies and how it reference your superpowers and this, that, and the other. And you won't even activate common sense. That's your greatest power. Niggas worried about flying and all this other shit. Without no common sense, your dumb ass gonna fly right into a wire or something.
Right.
Get your common sense back. He'll figure some shit out.
Right.
I digress.
All right, brother. Brother Sean be going in. He be going in. Okay, family. So I did want to share that with you all. So Brother Poole, thank you for the information, Sweet Pea. I am going to, I'm going to look it over. I was calling myself trying to read it a little bit, but we'll put something on it next week. Next week, I'll have it as my follow-up because I see it's quite a bit of stuff. So I need to read through it, honey, and get my thoughts together. But it appears to be great stuff. So I'll bring it up next week. So thank you so much for that. All right, family. So let's get to it. Damn it, I should have been pulling up the doggone thingamajig. Yeah, okay. I gotta find a link. I know I got it. Oh, while I'm finding it, I might as well make conversation. So, oh, you were on vacay, Brother Sean. You were out of the state. So, just a quick follow up on the shooting with the young, with the baby. She's a baby, the 16-year-old here in Columbus, Ohio, with the knife and all of that. And I was just talking about last week how that was grossly neglect from the adults' perspective to even have her out there like that. So this week, her folks started coming out of the motherfucking woodworks.
Her mama.
I did not see the mama. But cousins and them all on my fucking YouTube, giving interviews to YouTubers, couple of the family members doing press conferences, saying, you know, how much of a beautiful girl she was a beautiful person, this, that, and the third. And the one that just, oh my God. Two things that really, really pissed me off. One, the father, I saw the biological father. He had a press conference on. His ass came on, I think it was yesterday I saw his ass.
Question. Is that the one that was shot because of an argument over making up a bed?
I'm sorry, say that again, sis.
Was she the one that was shot over an argument about a bed, making up a bed or something?
No, that was the one that the police shot because she had a knife in her hand and was about to stab another person.
I thought they said the fight was about among them, but it was about making up a bed.
I don't know nothing about that. I still don't know what the fight was about.
Okay.
Yeah, I still don't know if that's the case. Okay, I just don't know that. But so they finally showed the father. Child. He all on the press conference. With his man bun. I'm like, what the fuck, grown man with a 16-year-old wears a fucking man bun? I'm sorry, millennials. And I don't even think it's y'all. I can't even put it on my millennials. Z's, I'm sorry, but that fucking man bun's gotta go. That just, that shit. And it wasn't even like he had locks up and then he had this shaved off. This nigga had like a ponytail. An Afro puff ponytail bun. I'm like, so, not that pissed me off. I'm just throwing out there. I hate them fucking buns, man buns. But what pissed me off with him, he says, you know, my daughter, she was something special. She was something special. Now remember, this baby was in foster care. So if she was in foster care, that meant the father didn't pick up the job. The mama didn't pick up the job. None of her relatives picked up the job.
Right.
And so he up here on a news conference with his motherfucking man bun talking about yeah, my daughter was so sweet. She was a beautiful person. And when that nigga said, she kept me and my spirits going, I wanted to fucking vomit. I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Because you're not obviously being a parent because your daughter's in foster care and your daughter got to hold your man bun ass up. Just fucking disgusting. Then another lady, I don't know who this lady is. I'm going to have to find out who this lady is. She definitely wasn't a part of the family. I'm not sure if she was from the child care services division. But she basically said that they were trying, that the young lady, the 16-year-old, wanted to get out of that particular foster home. It wasn't working out for her. And they were trying to place her with relatives. They couldn't do it. So, so the lady was saying, we have to figure out how the system failed this young lady. But not only the system, just the family dynamics in general. And that's exactly what I said from the start, that whole scenario, it was bigger than the cop. This goes back to what we have been talking about accountability, about cleaning up your bloodline, about being responsible for your bloodline. And this is a prime example, and just one of many examples of family and bloodline failing our babies. Because it's not anyone's responsibility to raise your children.
Right.
You cannot depend on a system to raise your children. You cannot depend on the streets to raise your children. And that's why even if, let's say, you have family members that fall by the wayside, because shit happens, we understand life gets tough. But what does that say about your family unit if nobody can step in and take your children until you get your shit together? Because back in the day, that's how it used to be. We all know plenty of people where Big Mama raised them. We know plenty of people that their grandma and grandfather raised them. So when we start to talk about these things of quote, quote, building nations and all that, you have to be truthful. You have to be real truthful. You have to be real honest and raw. And you have to start with self. Because how you going to present to somebody building this, joining that, when either you have children in the system or you have nieces and nephews in the system? Come on, y'all. Stop fucking kidding yourself. Stop fucking playing. So I just wanted to give that follow-up. It's just really, really sad that now everybody's coming forward, and it's pissing me off, because where were they when she fucking needed them? Where were they then? And me personally, as a parent, I don't think the mom has shown her face, and I wouldn't as a mother show my face, because I would have to live with that for the rest of my life. That my child is gone because I fell asleep at the wheel. My child went in the system and she wound up dying behind it. And for the father up there with his motherfucking man bun, it's sad. It's fucking sad. What a complete and utter failure to that baby. She deserved much better. She deserves better than that. She wasn't even supposed to be over in that lady's house. So I just want to follow up with that on that matter. And I'm going to keep pointing out the fuckery. Because what I'm not finna do is sit up here just because we melanated, and when some shit jump off, oh yeah, that whoa. Let's look at the situation and let's get to the root motherfucking of the problem. Because I'm not finna sit up here and lie and placate people. That's what got us in the fucking situation we in now. Instead of taking accountability for the shit and taking care of each other. We are each other's responsibility, not the fucking white man. Let me say it for the slow motherfuckers in the back. We are each other's responsibility, not the fucking white man. And if you can't do that, if you can't show that, then you bullshit. And I don't give a fuck how much paperwork you fill out, how many nations you build, it's not going to work. That's why you have to start practicing it within your family. The shit just has to be within you. It has to be within you. Because if you're able to step over your own, I know goddamn well you don't give a fuck about me and mine. Let's just keep it real. So what I'm not finna do on this platform is sit here and stroke motherfuckers' ego and make you feel good about some shit that you need to take care of. Get on your shit. Clean up your households. Take care of your children. Start getting that fucking right. Because these babies are dying in the street and y'all sitting up here with this bullshit. I don't want to hear it anymore. I want no parts of it. I'm not participating in it. And until you can put these babies first and get your fucking shit together, stay the fuck out my face. I don't want to hear it. Because we talk about everything else but that. We don't talk about cleaning up the households, cleaning up the neighborhoods. We talk about everything else, but we don't talk about that. You can't have one without the other. You just can't. The decline did not start with the white man being in charge. Get your shit in order. All right. Okay, I'm still can't find it. I didn't rant, raved, cussed.
Hey, sis.
Uh-huh. Oh, there it is.
Why do mama only got one day? Not the year.
Child.
But we repeat days and months constantly about everything and everybody outside of mama.
Right.
I mean, Monday, moon day, Sunday, Sunday, etc., etc. Being all the months and the names associated with them.
Yep.
And we wonder how come mama has been subdued for so long.
Exactly.
We are constantly chanting shit to keep mama asleep.
Yep.
We're
Agreed.
constantly chanting shit to keep ourselves in lower frequency.
Yep.
Through their language, through their words, through their thought process. I digress.
Oh, real spit, Brother Sean. Okay, family, I found it. Child. Guess that gave me an opportunity to run my mouth a little bit extra. So, let me bring this up. Let's get back into these Terra Papers. All right, here's window capture. Okay. All right, come on, window capture. Did it not do it? Nope, I can't stand it. Hold on, y'all. No, that's right. Oh, nope, I'm all wrong. Shit. Sorry. Okay. All right, here we go. Terra Papers. Okay, and thanks. Shout out to Sis Tressie again. Thank you so much, sis. I have been looking for this for a couple years now. So I think we're on page 26. Okay. Let me get down to where we need to go. All right. Okay, so this is the story if you're just with us. Ooh, let me make sure. From this one man's perspective, supposedly and allegedly, he met with a being who was giving him his grandfather. Let me correct it. His grandfather met with the being, and he's getting all of this particular knowledge on the Galactic War from this being. All right. So, damn. All right. Trying to find out where I left off. Bear with me. I got it taken a picture of. So it's saying 28. Or maybe that's 26. Yeah, because we was talking. There we are. 26. Okay. All right. So let's okay, so last time we left off, remember we were talking about the war, where for a time the destruction of the R and its war escort, along with the quick seizure of the ninth passage. Shit, this thing got cold again. This weather is a trip. Because I can feel it in my hand. I'm like, why the fuck my hand is cold? All right. The quick seizure of the ninth passageway and its outposts held the great Anu at bay. The strength of Zuzu, and remember we said Zuzu remind us of Zulu Nation, but they said Zeus is a derivative of Zu. And his brilliant war tactics had surprised the Asar king and his military forces. It would take time to reevaluate to plan another attack. All right, so then this little footnote, a Greek tale of old relates the tale of Zeus, Zuzu, and the Olympus god Al-Ambahuzu, who battled against the olden gods of Mount Osiris or Sirius. I know, right?
Yeah, and that's the name to say was Osiris is the one they have the White House built around to worship him.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I can think of his name. You know, they do during their inauguration, they do a dedication to Osiris of the president, I heard. One of the preachers talked about Tom Horn. He was a preacher. He talked about that. They do that spell casting stuff to Osiris and take on his image. So now we know where it comes from.
Exactly. All right, so I'm not gonna read through all of this. Okay, so they just talking about again down here, the war, and then Zeus vanquished Typhon. Typhon was hurled down and crippled, wrecked. The huge earth groaned. A great part of the huge earth was scorched by the terrible vapor, melting as tin melts in the glow of the blazing fire. Did the earth melt down? Typhon was the name of the R of Anu. All right. Okay. So, but King Zuzu knew this could not last forever. King Anu had suffered much. He would not remain quiet, not for long. Anu had suffered personal attacks and injuries. He had lost his flagship in a coup takeover, and he had lost a second death planet in battle. So y'all remember that death planet, that's the shit you see in Star Wars.
Death Star.
Yep, it's called Death Star. So I'm assuming Darth Vader's ass is Anu. I'm just assuming that.
I'm your father.
Right.
I remember that. That was weak.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Zuzu had caused much damage and loss to Anu, and he had taken away a key element of the Empire's hold on the ninth passageway. Anu would be understandably angry. His empire had been challenged, but Anu had much more at stake. The future of the ninth passageway was at risk. As was,
I think it was a Star Trek series called Deep Space Nine.
It was.
Damn, y'all just gonna make me watch Star Trek.
You're right.
And it was a gateway, a passageway to different universes. It was like a weigh-in station with different aliens and everything stopped in there.
Did Enoch talk about portals too?
Mm-hmm.
Lots of portals, like what, 7 on each part of the earth?
Oh yeah, Enoch. Yep. Oh yeah, he did. Absolutely. Yeah, I'm telling you, the people that's really into the Bible, y'all need to pick up that Enoch.
They have it in an auto.
Oh, do they?
Yeah, right now on YouTube audio. Yeah, and maybe just because I've been scanning that kind of stuff, but they have it. It's the first. I just finished the first part, and then there's another part I need to pick up.
Okay. Yeah.
Yep, Anunnaki, Anubis, Archedric. Yep, Anunnaki, Anubis. Yep.
Exactly. Yep. Agreed. Yep. Anubis is an Anunnaki. Exactly. Yep. Okay. Where was I at? But Anu had much at stake. The future of the ninth passageway was at risk, as was his hold on the throne. Loss of control of the ninth passageway system might give the war queens of Arion reason to side with the rebel Zuzu. Mining of precious ores and the production of heavy metals was most critical. The queens would not tolerate this vital industry interfered with. Okay, so here we go with excavation, right?
Mm-hmm. Blood veins
of somebody else's motherfucking resources. Clearly, the king would have to act quickly before Arion queens decide to allow Zuzu to remain in power as they had permitted his grandfather, Ow. Now, what's interesting to me when the first time we were reading through this, is that in their particular, I'm going to show you how cold the pimp game is on their part. Now, in their own solar motherfucking system, the women run shit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The women give them power.
The queens.
I ain't read yet where they done tried to overthrow their motherfucking asses. None of that. They go to them for promotions, and they tell them whether or not they can get a promotion. All of that. But yet, they bring their monkey ass on this plane and totally reverse the shit up.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like people still not registering this. And so that goes back to what we were talking about earlier in the show, that it had to be a battle between goddesses on this planet to let that parasitic patriarch energy prevail.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. L.
Yep. Okay, can y'all still see the thingy? Because it's saying, let me refresh this. Child, okay, there it is.
I see.
Okay. Child, this computer, they really trying me tonight. But it's all good.
Computers are working bad. They're buffering and buffering and buffering.
Okay, so, Yeah. He had a lot at stake. Blah, 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 blah.
And
that was not all.
Huh?
And that was not all. That's where you ended
okay.
that.
And that was not all. Shit. Heavy metals critical. Yeah, they wouldn't tolerate it. Yep, and that was not all. I had to go through all of that. And that was not all that concerned a new prince in Leo, also forced to flee the Eridu system, had returned to sit in royal court of Asar. The potential threat he posed could not be ignored either. The king faced danger everywhere.
Did you kind of notice that they don't call it Nuberian system, star system? They call it Eridu?
Yes.
Where did the Nuberian system when they
I think that came with Stitchin's work.
Yeah, it did.
Yeah, now where he got it from, I don't know, but I think that's where that came from, his work. But before he could act, the king received word that something is missing. Oh, okay, I see what they did. But before he could act, the king received word that the SST queens wanted his presence in the Aryan palace. This worried Anu. So all of y'all that windmill over the mighty Anu, let me say this slowly for the slow motherfuckers in the back. All of y'all that worship the mighty Anu, you know, Inky and Enlil's daddy, or how we nicknamed him Inky and Binky's daddy. I thought he was running shit. So why is the queens and them calling his motherfucking ass to the palace? And he nervous. His motherfucking nerves is bad. Mm-hmm.
He knew they would demand an accounting, not ask.
Right. Like, motherfucker, come on, run on up in here. Because, you know, we elected you. We put you in this position. And we gave you specific things to do for a specific reason. Now, what the fuck was this fight about? All right. He knew that they would demand an accounting. Hint, women, y'all be letting men get away with fuck shit. Y'all be accepting fuckboyism and dustardization. You don't demand nothing. You don't require nothing. And you wonder why you get ran over. That's your fucking job. That's your fucking job. All right. His defeat at the hands of the rebel Lord Azu needed to have a resolution and a recourse for elevation. Anu presented himself before the queens. A plan for the counterattack had been drawn up by his DAC commanders. The argument for immediate action seemed obvious to him. Now I want y'all to pay motherfucking close attention. Now he trying to run his motherfucking plan down to the queens. The Aryan queens listened in silence as Anu spoke. In his words were his arguments for the continuance of assaults upon the rebellious star system. On completion of his talk, Anu felt confident he had made his point. Ooh, shit, what they finna say, y'all? As he sat down, he turned to see the chamber doors open. To his dismay, the rebel king Zuzu entered the court. Anu stood to protest, but was commanded to sit quietly. Baby, let me sip my motherfucking water.
Get your $5 ass down before I make
change. Baby, let me sip my water. So who was running shit? So Inky and Leo's daddy, shit. Okay. Y'all keeps on believing what you believe in. Okay, so he had to sit his motherfucking ass down. So at the upstart, rebel spoke to the queens. Anu could not remain seated. Leaping to his feet, he was again ordered to sit down. Baby, this shit is good. This is like a soap opera. I could see a motherfucker hot. Because he just knew he was going to roll up in there. Probably had a little swag to him. Explaining his little plans that his boys and them had worked out. And the women already fucking knew what they was going to do. That's why they was quiet. So me and y'all should know, when you explaining a motherfucking bullshit, fucked up ass story to us, and we quiet, that's your ass. Because we just letting you get it out. We're like, this motherfucker lying through his teeth. But I'm finna let him get it all out. I'm finna
what
let
had happened was,
right.
What had happened was,
be lying your ass off, and then such and so.
I didn't know.
And then bringing other motherfuckers into the play, and you like, that ain't got shit to see do with me seeing you with that bitch. That ain't got nothing to do with nigga. Go on, keep talking. Go on, keep talking and hang yourself. Yeah, when we quiet, be very, very afraid. Because, nigga, we got the evidence. We got the motherfucking videotape, bank statements, the bitch's motherfucking confessional. We got it all. So I can see them sitting back like, oh, okay then. And once you run in your mouth, then that's when the bitch gonna come around the corner. So now, nigga, what you say? All right, so back to this. King Zuzu made his position clear. He was the rightful king of Eridu, and the people wanted him. The system had not been destroyed. Production of metals and the supply of vital minerals could continue. The agreement with his grandfather would be fulfilled. Arzu would honor earlier promises, but without the presence of Anu. As he finished, King Zuzu sat down. Baby. So he basically like, Queen Mothers, nothing's really changed. We ain't shut down none of the production lines. We're good. We're good. Let's see what happened. The queens did not speak a word. Sips tea. But after a moment, an elder queen stood up. So Big Mama stood up. Big Mama stood up. Her words were stern. So again, melanated women, you're supposed to be on your job. You ain't supposed to be letting no motherfucker run no game on you. And you know the nigga lying and, oh, I'm going to give him a pass. Fuck that. You're supposed to call people on their shit. You're supposed to be the matriarch of the family. The eyes are on you. So if you putting up with bullshit, you are sanctioning the generation to be about bullshit. The Civil War, regardless of cause, had caused the destruction of Tiamat, a world crucial to the Eridu, Asar, and Aryan empires. The lives of millions had been threatened. Countless warriors of both systems had died. The SST queens demanded the cessation of hostilities. So in other words, go on and sat the fuck down somewhere with this bullshit. You messing up business. Okay? So here, aren't they admitting that they were on Mama Earth, motherfucking terraforming, digging up the metals and shit?
Yeah.
And destroyed it.
And so men in a pissing motherfucking contest, bad enough, It's bad enough that they were on Mother Earth to begin with, because they don't fucking belong here. Okay? But then the queens has set it up, put them in power to run the operation. And now you two done had a fucking pissing contest, then destroyed property, and then you messing up the bag. The SST queens demanded the cessation of all hostilities. There would be no further destruction. The agreement with King Owl in the guise of King Zuzu would continue. The war was over. To the horror of King Anu, the rebel would be permitted to live. Once again, a royal member of the house of Al had thwarted him. King Anu was furious. This he would not permit. There would come a day, he vowed, when the solar system would be a part of the Asar Empire again. And so the golden era of Zuzu would flourish, if only for a short time. So, could this be why Anunnaki are not really pro-woman? Because he had to answer to women, and they like, no, that's no, All right.
They couldn't do nothing with them, so once they weakened the goddesses here.
Right. Right.
That is some dirty motherfuckers.
Real dirty. Real dirty.
But I ain't got no respect for their queens either, because you bitches sent them motherfuckers here to goddamn begin with.
Exactly. And that's why I think a battle among the goddesses happened. I really do. I think that was the first battle. It was among the goddesses.
And the millions of people that she was worried about dying was her subject.
Exactly. That was her people. Exactly.
So why is it that our people don't care about us? Everybody else seems to care about themselves, even when they doing dirtball bad.
Yeah.
They still care about each other. In the fuckery.
In the fuckery.
And we can't even come together in love.
Exactly. Just start with just basic love. I want the best for you. I will never harm you. Unless it's in self-defense, that's a separate story. But just start with basic love. But that has to start within yourself. That has to start within your family. Because if you don't do that with your family, you can't love your children. You can't love your spouse. I know I don't have nothing coming. So let's fucking stop pretending. Okay. So. All right. The tales of the world under the hand of King Zuzu were many. Though a savior to his people, he was still a king and subject to arbitrary whims. Still things were well, but the fates would once again interfere with the future of the Eridu solar system. This all these motherfuckers know how to do is fight and backstab each other. That's all. All right. Shortly after the confrontation in the SST palace, the Aryan queens would find themselves facing the looming specter of war with an ages-old enemy. Unfortunately for Zuzu, the threat came from a neighboring star system not far from his Eridu solar system. There they go, mo fuckery. Advised of the threatening situation, Anu recognized an opportunity to remove the rebel from power. Approaching the Aryan queens, King Anu made an argument for the removal of the young King Zuzu. The ninth passageway was vital to the Aryan Empire. Now that's interesting. Y'all was talking about what y'all say Star Trek had that ninth passageway thingamajig.
Deep
That's
Space
interesting.
Nine.
Oh, Deep Space Nine. Okay, that's very, very interesting. We keep telling y'all they're handed them Hollywood scripts. They're fucking handed that stuff. Okay, Zuzu, in his ambition to expand his empire, might be swayed to accept support from the very same enemies who threatened to battle against the SST queens. If Zuzu had rebelled against the Asar Empire without aid, why would he not rebel against the SST queen with the support of the Aryan enemies? Right. So, nigga, who put you on the motherfucking position? Funk ass. See what I'm saying? No sense of loyalty because shit didn't go your way. The Aryan queens paused and agreed they would assist the Asar king in his return to the ninth passageway solar system to subdue Queen Zuzu. Lord King Anu was elated. Okay, so he finally got what the fuck he wanted. Now remember, y'all, this Inky and Enlil's motherfucking daddy, who y'all seems to think was running things, who that entire Bible was based on. I'll pause and let that sink in. In this venture, he would not fail. This time, the war armadas of both the SST and the Asar empires would join forces. By marshaling together his starships and warriors alongside the forces of the SST queens, Anu had assembled an armada such as had never been seen before. Ciao.
Marshalling together. Marshalling. Marshall, don't they?
I got you. Interesting. All right. So, the skies of the Syrian worlds were filled with warships and starships. The Asar people, the Asar Yu, cheered as the king's mighty army made ready its departure. Victory was written in the heavens. Lord King Zuzu was told that a diplomatic entourage was on its way to his solar system kingdom. By the time he was to learn of the trickery, it would be too late. Cloaked and in silence, the armada of warships arrived to the outer edge of the Eridu system before they were detected. This mistake would prove to be fatal to the king and his young empire. The battle was quick and decisive. The invasion forces poured into the solar system. Akiki and Bay, forces of Arzu, were overwhelmed by the sheer number of Asar and Aryan warships. In short time, the invasion's forces surrounded the war planet. But the orders of attack issued by King Anu did not allow for prisoners. Doc Mu, there go that motherfucking Mu, was to suffer total annihilation. The starfighters were furious in their decimation of everything on the surface of Doc Mu. The fireballs created by the missile strikes reduced everything, including stone buildings, to cinders and ash. Where have we seen that before? I'm just saying. Final strikes with the destruction beams vaporized everything that remained. What was not blown apart was burned and melted beyond recognition. Sips water. Where have we heard that before? Yes, sir.
Akiki and Bay forces were overwhelmed. Then it goes on to Doc Mu.
Yep.
And seemed like they was getting their asses handed to them.
On a silver platter.
But that's supposed to be the greatest empire in all of melanated history, right?
Right.
I mean, I didn't write any of this. I know you didn't write it.
No, I didn't write a goddamn thing.
But we keep hearing about their greatness.
Right. I'm like, where and how?
It appears to be recently and just in certain books.
Right.
Are we talking about the Ottoman Empire, right, Jenny?
That's part of them. I mean,
Right.
they claim every.
And
I mean, it's only a couple things they don't claim.
Yeah, I know what empire he talking about. That talk shit on a regular motherfucking basis. Mm-hmm.
I mean, if they gonna stick in line with claiming Bay and Moo and all this stuff, I mean, they telling you they handed you your ass.
And that's why you keep getting it handed. Right, but go ahead.
Thing is, they got their asses handed to them on a planet and a solar system that ain't here.
Yep.
That's so below.
Yep.
Wow.
That's all I'm saying. So, I mean, all that talk about being indigenous.
Child, it's not looking good. It's not looking good for them. It's not looking good for them that want to wear that title. And you are talking about the Moors, right? I'm not trying to shit start.
Who
shit started? It's right there. They claim that. It's right there. It's right there, sis. It's right there. Look.
The Ottoman and the what is Syrian?
I'm just saying I wasn't trying to shit start. I'm just saying.
Sis, I mean, they got to argue at whoever wrote this. That's who they need to go talk to. Have them correct this if it's wrong.
Right.
Don't come to us about public information that we pull up. Sometimes we're sharing the very information that you guys put out.
Yep.
So get mad at yourselves for spreading these lies.
Right.
Don't get mad at us for paying attention.
Right. And so that's the part that's just tripping me out, because you want to say you're indigenous to the Americas, motherfucker.
You ain't even indigenous to the
planet. Right. Right.
That's terrible.
Right. So you better be doing that motherfucking Geno and try to at least, okay, am I European or am I African?
Right. Find something indigenous to the planet.
Right. But we've been telling y'all that for a few motherfucking years now. We've been saying that for a few years. And people get hot under the collar when we go in on the Moors, and we're only doing that because y'all bring a lot of fuckery. You bring a lot of fuckery. Y'all so confused and discombobulated. It's a shame.
So the Dagons, they had a war like this too. So that group is two cultures probably put together, right?
Right. Well, they said who the because don't the Dogons say they the Syrians?
The Syrians.
Yeah. So I can't remember which one of these empires their asses are from, but in the Dogons' motherfucking defense, they say they're not from this planet.
Yeah, they do.
Mm-hmm.
In their motherfucking defense. Oh, I didn't know the Zulu said that. Okay, I do know that the Dogon said it. They said they're from Sirius. So they're Syrians.
So they've been dropped down to primitive people after this fight.
All right. So, the only other thing I want to point it out when they talk about this being vaporized and melted, I want y'all to put this into light about this technology that we're seeing today. This shit isn't new. So when the mud flood community, and shout out to the mud flood community for saying about the melted buildings and et cetera, this is the same fucking technology that they talking about here. And I was watching this real estate thingy. It was a house in California, sis, and shit, I forget specifically where in LA, but it was like in the mountains, the hills somewhere. So they named the mansion Newcastle. And so the real estate man that was like touring the house said, well, why is it named Newcastle? They said, oh, because it used to be an old castle here and it burnt down. And so they show a motherfucking picture of the old castle being allegedly and supposedly burnt down. And it's made out of stone. So number one, how the fuck stone gonna burn down?
How they telling you?
And then you saw the one wall that was still standing. You saw a motherfucking clear precision laser cut.
Wow.
And I'm like, and they just tore that castle down.
Let me see where that is.
They just tore that motherfucker down. So, and I'm only bringing it up to show you how much they keep covering up the past. All right. So, King Zuzu was captured and subdued. Oh, wait a minute. Somebody in the chat picked it up. Wait a minute. Shit. Yes, sis. Zulu. Yep. And then that little cartoon told on they ass is damn Martians. Marvin the motherfucking Martian, you mean?
Mm-hmm.
That's black as coal. With the Roman helmet on his head.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
I am going to destroy the Earth with my X-15 nuclear modulator missile.
Right. He had that little motherfucking gold laser missile in his plasma gun in his hand.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay then.
All
right. So King Zuzu was captured and subdued, sentenced to return to the Syrian, there you go, sis, to the Syrian star system for punishment. All rebel warriors, forces of King Zuzu were, they were similarly executed, as were loyal, faithful followers. Damn, they didn't fuck around.
They murderers.
The entirety of the empire's population would be brutally and cruelly punished, guilty or not. The war planet's surface was obliterated. All traces of obliterated. I know, I'm tongue-tied. Destroyed. Shit. Because my country ass tired and I don't want to pronounce shit properly. Destroyed. All traces of life under King Zuzu were destroyed. Cities were leveled. Forests destroyed. The beauty of the planet and its civilization was no more. All forms of life were destroyed. With no animals or plants to feed its atmosphere, the once living and thriving planet died. Oh, shit. I know what they describing. Let me keep reading. Yep, I know. As soon as they said, only its red sands remained.
Yeah.
The blood red dusk became a fitting memorial to the bloodshed of the solar system war in which billions perished. Great Lord.
The Moors.
Huh?
They said the Moors from Mars.
Yeah, that's what they say.
Hey, that means they the Gigi.
I thought the Gigi was just a creation.
They were people, remember? That came down here.
I still thought they were a creation. They were a creation by beings.
Out with the Moors.
Huh? Yeah. Yeah.
They were prisoners.
Right. Right. But yeah, the Gigi aren't the Moors. I think the Gigis were just the slaves of the Moors. Because, they know Moors know slavery very well, don't y'all? All right.
This kind of describes what the Dogons say about their fight over in Africa. That there was nothing left.
Oh, really?
Yeah. That you couldn't even plant on the land or nothing because everything was destroyed.
Ciao.
So as above, so below, right?
Right, so, and I guess my whole thing is, well, it's as above, so below, because that's another spell. You do realize that, right?
Well, yeah, obviously,
because just because they got a fucked up environment, that don't mean our environment wasn't fucked up. It wasn't fucked up till they brought their funky asses in this.
But the Dogons came down and they were followed, and they destroyed everything. That's what they say in their history. Because I remember reading the Dogons' history, and they had lasers just like they say there. They had it all.
Yep.
That's that's where the area, I guess, where the Sphinxes are or something, where there's nothing that can go there, and it looks like a nuclear explosion or something like that.
Yeah, and do you know now in the desert that stuff is starting to be restored?
Mm-hmm.
So that's how too we also know that there's a huge vibratory shift going on.
Yeah, right. But in the recent years, it showed that stuff can grow there because it snowed over there, it's rained over there, and stuff is growing temporarily. Mama is replenishing herself. Her frequencies are rising.
Yep.
Thing is, we don't have to be starving or nothing. We just got to get these goddamn parasites up out of here.
Exactly. You got to tend to the garden.
I want to say this is where I can see where that European got mad when somebody was talking about Zeus. He said his god Zeus was not dead, and he will come back and destroy it. We're going to fight again.
Yeah. Oh, okay
then. How long he been waiting on him?
Huh?
How long has he been waiting for him to come back?
Well, it's obviously more than his lifetime so far, unless he's one of these people.
Right, because Zeus is Jesus, Jesus, right?
Zeus is Greek.
Right, I know it's Greek, but I'm giving you how it has changed.
Yeah. The Europeans found Jesus. They found Jesus.
Right. All right. So, Grand Lord King Anu was relieved. Oh, and for those that want to say, oh, but really, Jesus or Jesus' name was Yahweh, you might want to go back a couple shows because we showed you what Yahweh's position was.
Mm-hmm.
He was an administrative.
They say that Jesus' name is Yeshua.
Oh, yeah. My fault. Yeah, okay. All right, but Yahweh was an administrator. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So, Great Lord King Anu was relieved. The evil one, rebel, King Zuzu, was vanquished. The hand of Azar was once again restored to the ninth passageway, and the realm of the Aryan SST queens was strengthened once again. And so it was peaceful for a time. Because they can only be peaceful for a little bit before some more dramatization jumps off. So let's see. We are sorry. Okay, so y'all see the little get up. All right, so this page appears to be missing. Eridu. The star system of Prince Ea moved slowly over the land. He examined the surface carefully. Enormous glacial ice sheets blanketed most of the upper and lower hemisphere, and equatorial strip was the only part left untouched. The prince and his crew had analyzed the data carefully. The landing site had already been selected. As the prince emerged and examined the area, the words of his father, King Anu, were clear. Rebuild the devastated system, he ordered Prince EU. So are y'all getting what we're saying? Oh, you want me to go back up to the picture, sis? I'm glad I so happened to look over. Sure thing, sis. What you need, sweetie? You see the get up?
Oh, they look like, what you call them, conquistadors or?
Yeah, a lot of them soldiers with them empires use this. I mean, that looks Hatharish to me right there. That looks Egyptian to me right there. Mm-hmm. This looked like a high priestess. This look Egyptian also.
All of them Egyptian, man. Mexican conquistadors, you know, with the big hats, gallon hats, and what they call gauchos, they call them.
Oh.
They came over here to conquer.
Them look like some of them wrestling outfits, the Mexican wrestlers.
Don't they wear the mask? That shit is hilarious. That shit motherfucking hilarious, y'all, with the mask. But yeah, but we know this is definitely a high priest get up. And this looks Egyptian to me. This looks Egyptian and a little bit of Greek, because the Greeks always had to have motherfucking slit up the side.
Look like monks too.
Huh?
Look like monks, you know, the way he has his hand in his.
Yeah, yep, that's a very good point. Yeah, that gives me high priest vibes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. The monks from the Catholic Church.
Yep. Okay. Okay. All right. So now remember, because Anu and Zuzu had broke off the Civil War, Tiamat got hit. Now that's their version of it. Book of Enki says that all of those star systems ganged up on Mother Earth and took her down. Okay. But neither here nor there, any one of these ancient text creation stories that you're going to read is going to talk about Tiamat being severely damaged. All right. So, I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis.
Enoch and the Bible says they fell down. And these creatures here fell down to earth because they were shut out the sky.
And see, that's what I be having a problem with the biblical stuff, because to me, it makes more logical sense for someone to come via a craft than you just falling from the motherfucking sky.
But you know, if you like those soldiers said, the super soldiers said, the SEAL soldier and stuff like that video, they're 70 feet tall. That's a big splash. But they call them the fallen ones or the fallen angels.
Right.
And So they fell down from Earth, and if they had wings to fly, they were flying in crap, you see. But they're saying they had wings.
Right, and that could be spacecraft.
Yeah.
And see, the thing about the Bible and its derivatives thereof, or the derivatives that influence the Bible, it's all about setting up these particular beings as gods.
Right.
So it's a better story. Now, come on now, let's be clear. What's a better story? All right, Rhonda lived in Atlanta, but the bitch was so bad, she dropped out of the sky to Columbus, Ohio, versus the bitch got on a plane and went to Columbus. Which one makes me sound better? Dropping out the sky that I just got up, jumped, flew, and dropped out of the sky, or did I got my ass on a plane and came up here?
To be honest, there's like, they said 45 books of that book missing. They took out 45 of them so we would know what really went down. And it looks like there was war. And you know, this one really is clear.
Right.
Yeah, they were fighting.
Exactly. That's why I like Terra Papers, because it goes into all of the different people and what their titles and positions and responsibilities were. So yeah, but basically that's what all of the religions set these particular beings up to be gods.
Right.
Because if you read the ancient text, you like, wait a minute. You telling me that Main Sky Daddy took his orders from women and he better had did what the fuck they said to do? You mean to tell me that Inky, that's just a motherfucking title?
And he couldn't win without the Queen Mother.
Sure couldn't win without the Queen Mother. They would have tore that ass up.
But you know what? Women are the creators, right?
Right. They birth and create the universes. Absolutely.
So that's why they changed it to the men being the gods and the women being the slaves.
This is what I am telling you all happened. Let me drink my water so I can be fucking clear. These particular male deity beings that people are worshiping, this patriarch energy that people are worshiping, these are what we call the demigods that set themselves up to be gods on this planet. That's what we've been trying to fucking get you all to see for the 5 fucking years I've been doing this. They set themselves up to be gods on the planet with the indoctrination. And it continues because people are looking everywhere outside of self. You denying your fucking genealogy. You're denying your fucking birthright. You deny even your mother who birthed you. You say, fuck all of that. Sky Daddy is where it's at. Brother so-and-so from the movement is where it's at. Brother so-and-so from the temple is where it's at. Where all of this shit was started by some type of patriarch energy. And even if you don't want to believe any of this alien shit, I'm cool with that. Trust me, it don't hurt my motherfucking feelings. None of that. Let's say even if you don't want to believe any of this. The patriarch system is tainted. It's not natural. And it requires the suppression and the subdue of women.
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Well, basically, The Bible does say the same thing, except it was a fight in heaven.
True.
Now, this place that all
True.
these people are waiting to die to go worship at Sky Daddy's feet for all of eternity. There was a war up there because Lucifer or Satan or whichever name you choose to give him said he wasn't bowing down to no created motherfuckers.
Yep.
Said he wasn't bowing down to no fucking hybrids. So they fought. Him and his followers got their ass kicked.
Right.
Out of heaven. That's the fallen beings.
Mm-hmm.
And his reward for rebelling against the all-powerful, all-knowing, almighty is that he gets rulership over the earth.
Come on, say it now.
And everybody fought him for everything. And he got his ass kicked.
Right.
And was told he could come do this. Now, if a motherfucker kicked my ass and sent me someplace where I could kick ass,
that's what I'm going
to
do.
And told me to have at it, that's what I'm going to do.
Right. And plus, I'm ruling it. I get to rule it. I get to do what the fuck I want to do.
Right. And don't get my ass kicked.
Right.
And then at the end of it all, I only got to go sit in the hellfire for 1,000 years.
Which may be a day.
Right. And y'all burnt, and y'all for believing in us, you get to burn for all eternity.
Right.
Hercules, Hercules, Hercules.
That's a great point. You're right. They did tell it. They did tell it.
And they talked about Nephilium and all this other stuff. So how are you going to believe in that book and not believe in this alien shit?
Yeah, that's true.
Well, let me sip my water. Well.
Because Sumer is Eridu. And that's where the Iraq, where the Anunnaki landed, remember? That matter of fact, they crashed it. And had to prepare the ship.
Well, okay. So we're going to get back to it. So, they analyzed the data. As the prince emerged and examined the area, the words of his father, King Anu, were clear. Rebuild the devastated system, he ordered Prince EU. The destruction of the world of Zuzu had been complete. The planet of red sands was reduced to dust and rubble. All traces of life were destroyed. Without life and plants, the atmosphere died. Ice sheets formed from the poles almost to the equator. Dakmu was frozen in its death. And its sister world, Dakamu, had been transformed into a planet of arid, scorched lands and deadly poisonous oceans. Eridu, I'm sorry.
So, that's the Ice Age, remember? They created an Ice Age for all that heat they were doing.
Yeah, because I was thinking the same thing, sis.
But that's on April.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Eridu, the once rebuilt home of the rebel Zuzu, was also devastated. Only Iru, yeah, see this shit. They trying to say the planets in our solar system, and I fucking forget what they are. I wish they would just put the names, because all of these represent planets in our solar system, remain relatively intact.
Saturn.
So that planet that got destroyed, that fits into y'all stitching stuff. When he talked about that one planet being destroyed.
And that wouldn't get out the way.
That fits into that. Okay, the prince could not imagine what it must have been like to be in the middle of it all, in the center of the battles. He, like his brother, had been forced to flee. He looked up into the heavens. The prince knew his brother was overhead. Somewhere on an orbiting military cruiser, he was up above, looking down on him. Prince Enlil was Lord of the Airways. Rebuild Prince EA, which is Inky, y'all. Because remember, Inky is a title. Prince EA was commanded. The prince looked at the destroyed world. The task would be great. He would make sure to fulfill his father's orders. He would rebuild and he would establish a mining operation extracting vital ores and precious minerals. He would rebuild the paradise world from the war-torn planet, and perhaps he would do a little more. EU revealed in the thought. Okay, so you know what? Sis kind of do make a point about the Ice Age thingy, because remember, they're saying Mars was destroyed.
Yeah.
But Tiamat was hit, which is Mama Earth.
Mm-hmm.
So part of her probably did ice up. Because
they said that. They said that in that other one.
Yeah, Path to Orion. Yep, that's what I was just about to say, because I remember the Path to Orion lady saying that. Okay. All right. Shit. Where is I at? Okay. War-torn planet. EU reveled in his thought. And so they began. Prince EA. Remember, this is Inky, because Inky is a title. And his volunteer crew, the Anunnaki. All right. So this is straight up out of shout out to Emily Windsor Craig. On Path to Orion, Earthly Route to Peace with Justice. She said when Tiamat was hit that the Anunnaki was the one to repair her. Specifically, she said they put a dome over part of her
firmament
to repair
the atmosphere.
Yep. And thank you, sis, for that. Absolutely, because that's very important. And they created an atmosphere where their people could chill.
Without all the, remember that Inky had a fish suit on, or swimsuit? You had to have a helmet on or something.
That's why people were saying Inky was a fish.
Yeah.
I think that was just a suit.
It was a suit.
They was terraforming.
Yeah, they was terraforming. Yep.
It was a suit.
Thinner so they can breathe.
Yeah, and I'm trying to y'all find
That's Brother Stevens said that the atmosphere was thicker above us than down here.
Yeah, because I'm sure when they start changing the atmosphere, I'm sure that was changing our ancestors, our makeup as well. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Damn, I was looking for the picture in this Path to Orion where she showed part of Mama Earth hanging off after the destruction.
Mm-hmm.
Oh shoot, I can't find it.
People in the chat are talking about video games, it's EA. They're talking about
EA equal video game, child. I told y'all they get all of this shit from these ancient texts and scripts.
They got
EA Sports.
Yep, EA. That's the one I remember. EA Sports. I can't
The
find
Book
it.
of Job.
Yeah, they make video game.
Oh, okay. They make the video games. Okay. I'm with you.
And they talk about the Book of Job. They're talking about cartoons always show the story of planet being destroyed and aliens coming to this planet.
Yeah, they keep putting it in our face over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. That's why the shit is so popular. That's why it's so popular, because that's just your soul resonating with that information. And your subconscious like, wake the fuck up, remember.
And we've had a multitude of rulers, because all these different wars, whoever won at any particular time got to put their little hybrids down here and do what they wanted to do.
Hey, those are the poison testers. Remember they had to have poison testers for all these rulers, especially in the Ottoman Empire. They had to have poison, food tasters. They were always poisoning the kings.
That was his own family.
that's you know what, you right. Shit.
That's true.
Oh wait, this might be it.
Skin suit beings.
Okay, I'll show this before, because I don't feel like switching this stuff. I'll show the picture up out of this book a little later. Okay, all right. So the chosen site for the initial compound had lots of water and fertile soil. Studies had revealed deposits of precious ores far below. It was the logical place to begin. Each of the members of the prince's crew had been chosen because of his or her special skills or abilities. Each one had been assigned the rank of Lord.
Oh, wow.
Lord, that's why, see, people was hotter than fish grease at me. Hotter than motherfucking fish grease. You know the grease like Big Mama had on the stove? She had the chicken grease and the pork chop grease and a coffee can, and then she had the motherfucking separate fish grease.
Yeah, they always do.
Hotter than that reheated motherfucking grease. People was hot with me over when I said, don't come to me about no goddamn Lord. I put the T on it. Don't come to me about no goddamn Lord up out of the Bible. Bitch, what Lord are you talking about? Because Lord is a title.
It's a rank.
Shit.
Lord,
y'all want to windmill on some shit that you know nothing about.
Yeah, and it's below Prince. Yet everybody wants to say Jesus Christ is their Lord.
Right. They have no fucking idea what they're talking about. And they just accept just Lord. They just accept God. Which Lord and God?
L-O-W. Yeah. Low. Because they're beneath the prince. They were given a rank of lords, and they're lower beings.
Right.
It's like a caste system they set up.
Mm-hmm.
And then they have
hierarchy.
It is a hierarchy. Absolutely.
And you have air in hierarchy, so we couldn't possibly be heirs unless we're part of that system.
Exactly.
And it says they were granted.
Guardians, we're protectors.
Exactly.
Because
right.
It's a divine birthright.
Exactly.
Through bloodline.
Through bloodline. That's exactly where I was going with it. This is about bloodline. That's why I keep telling you. That's the only way you're going to get out of this. It's about bloodline. That's why you got to know who you are. You have to break the curse, break the spell. And even if your family don't realize it today, that's okay. You broken it in the DNA code to come from up under that bullshit. Even if this continues without you, it'll take a generation or two. This is about bloodline. All right, so
one more thing, sis.
Uh-huh.
The only aspect of your bloodline that you could possibly have any type of control over is your children, because that's your
Direct.
specific bloodline. Other than that, you're a part of somebody else's lineage. Once you create your own, once you take that blood contract with another individual,
Yep.
that's your bloodline.
Get
If
your
you
shit
bring any
together.
of that bullshit from your quote unquote ancestors
Right.
and pass it on to them, you're responsible
That's right.
for keeping that family curse, that bloodline curse going.
Yep.
Because it did not have to enter into your new
That's right.
contract.
Very good point. Yep.
You got to learn to let shit go. If it don't serve your soul, if it's not keeping you in higher frequencies, let that shit go.
Indeed.
I don't care how attractive somebody is to you.
Yep.
If it ain't right,
Let
it
that
ain't right.
shit go. You better let that shit go. Keep it moving.
Sisters, keep your legs closed.
Child.
Brothers, put that thing in check.
Right.
We just can't keep blaming it on the sisters for opening up their legs. You still got to participate. When she laid down, when you came in it.
Right. Get your shit together.
It's
Agreed.
two of y'all that's at fault.
Exactly.
But that whole thing blaming it on the other one?
I've never went for that. Not in this day and age.
Yeah, I mean him, as far as for, oh well, I ain't want to put on no condom. I can't feel nothing.
Well then shit, go on and take what comes with that shit. That's your motherfucking fault. I mean, it's her fault too.
Her fault too for falling for that
exactly.
Shit.
If you know you ain't straight.
And then the sisters that sit up and trap a nigga.
I never understood
what
that.
The condom.
I ain't never understood. I ain't trying to keep no nigga that don't want to be kept.
And he try and pull out, you put that vice grip on him, clap it.
You just set yourself up for a world, oh my God, a world of dramatization. It's just not worth it. Just not worth it. And why would you even want to procreate with somebody that don't want to procreate with you? Obviously, and more than likely, how much you want to bet? How much you want to bet it's a bloodline thing?
Mm-hmm.
So a mismatching of bloodline. Like, I ain't really feeling her like that, but I get with her. It's probably a bloodline thing where the bloodlines ain't supposed to be mixed anyway.
And then the ones that try and get pregnant by married people, or women try and get pregnant by married men, guys who try and get married women pregnant.
I just never understood that. What good is gonna come from that? I just don't get it.
Open to mess up the relationship and think the person come to them, come be with them, but then you forget while they were in the whole marriage.
Right,
they was fucking around with you.
Right. Oh, but that ain't gonna happen to me. Oh, okay.
Good luck with that.
Right. We're like, oh, okay then. Good luck. Exactly. Like you said, good luck. So yeah, I mean, come on, people. Just, be adults. We straight. If you're in your, 20s, whatever, we get it. You make mistakes. But you motherfucking old heads. Once you I'm giving 35. I think I'm being fucking generous, to be honest. Once you hit that 35 mark, don't even come to me with the bullshit. I ain't even
But
trying to
20s
hear
ain't no
it.
mistake, sis. Don't
Huh?
nobody tripping. 20s ain't no mistake. Don't nobody tripping, fall in the pussy and come.
No, they don't. They don't. But I'm like, I'm trying to give them a little bit of
Why?
leeway.
They do
I'm
way more
trying.
than what we ever did. They do
I
way more than what we ever did. They do stuff that we couldn't imagine
That's
because
true.
there was nothing on TV or anything talking
That's
about that
true.
type of stuff.
That's true. And the shit that we did hear that people was doing exotic, we like, what the fuck?
Right.
What? Huh?
But
True.
now they
True.
eating the booty like groceries.
I don't
They
understand that. I'm like, that's some prison shit. But okay.
they peeing on each other and
I don't understand urination. I don't understand none of that. I just don't get that. I just don't get that. But
butt
yeah.
plugs got machines and
Yeah, well, I was trying to give y'all a little bit of slack, but I guess Brother Sean ain't having it.
no,
So
'cause
be
they way out
responsible for
there.
your parts. That's the bottom of fucking line. Be responsible for your parts. Shit. You know, because, you know, I'm just saying, back in the day, Big Mama and them would just tell you. You can get out there and get caught up if you want to. Don't think you gonna drop no baby off with me, although at the end of the day, you really could if you was really fucked up. But they just, they kind of made it clear.
They said you'll get the cooties from kissing, you get pregnant from kissing. They didn't even want us holding hands.
Sure didn't. They was strict as fuck. I mean, strict. So y'all missed it, millennials and Z's. We couldn't get away with shit. You hear me?
They get to have people spend the night and all types of
Yeah,
stuff.
laying up. Shit. No, we didn't grow up like that. I'm finna to tell y'all now, they was really, really strict on us. Really.
They asked for permission to date somebody.
Right.
They had to go to the house, meet the parents.
Right. And if you was from a fucked up family, the answer was no.
Exactly.
You had to really be like a special individual out of that fucked up family to maybe get a pass. And they was watching your ass like a hawk. Any false move. You put your hands on somebody, the daddy, uncle, and them beat your motherfucking ass. But that's true. That's literally how we grew up. Literally. And so happened that a girl did get pregnant. Remember, they was going down south. So, you know, when you grew up north, remember they ass went miss a damn peering for about a good year and a half, too. They may come back with the baby, but then next thing you know, the mama and them got a baby. Or the baby stayed down south. Yeah. We just trying to tell y'all that's how it went back up in the day.
You got sent to a boarding school.
Right. That's how it was back up in the day. They did not fucking play. But that was all under the guise of Big Mama and them. I'm going to have to be honest. That was really Big Mama and them. They fucking did not play. They were loving and all of that, but shit, they weren't trying to play with you.
Oh, the family name was important.
Right.
You wasn't going to get no job. You wasn't going to get nothing if the family name wasn't of social standing.
Yep, it's true. It is absolutely true. And that still stands today. When you go down south, where everybody know everybody, your name still fucking stands.
And they know what your people look like too.
Sure do. Look right at.
I can tell. I can tell by that nose.
Yep, it's always something. Oh yeah, they can definitely tell. Absolutely. That's just, sorry, millennials and Z's. That's how we grew up. That's why when we see the fuckery today, it's heartbreaking.
Right.
And that's not the millennials' fault. Let's be clear. That's not the millennials' fault. That was piss poor parenting on the X's, my generations, and the boomers. Crossing our motherfucking legs, letting shit slide, and we got lost. But no, you're absolutely right. Damn, you took me back down memory lane and started over that goddamn grease can. I'm just saying, y'all. All right. So, yeah. Oh, here we go. Shit, this lord. Rank a lord. Each had been granted an amount of property in Eridu, and each was given a fair share of future monetary returns from the what?
Colonizers.
I told y'all when the queens had told Anu, when he went to them the first time and they was silent in the motherfucker, I told y'all it was about business. The rewards were generous. The dangers considerable. Huh. Don't that sound familiar? Rewards generous. The dangers considerable. Sounds like when they were colonizing the Americas. They kept bringing their motherfucking stinking asses over here.
Yeah, with them charters.
And them land patents. Because some of them patents, if not a lot of them, are rewards for the assistance of colonization. All right.
Crusades.
Right.
Remember the Crusades? You got conquering lands is really what they're doing. And you got benefits from joining up in their military.
Right. Because why else would you do it?
Yeah.
The prince had taken his time in selecting his crew. The stakes were high, but he was proud they were good.
The Crusades was run by the Catholic Church. Is this when they started their ministry?
Yeah, remember we talked about that, how everything rolls back up to them when Brother Sean went over the treaty of, 1213?
Yep. And
Down the verses.
Don't what's the name of them claim to be Knights Templar?
Oh, what's the name now?
Really?
The ruling empire of everything.
Yeah.
I mean, because they said knights.
I think, isn't it like
knights were melanated?
Right. Isn't it like the high ranking out of them secret societies? I think that's the highest ranking one.
Yep, the Knights Templar, because they're the ones that created the financial system, according to them.
France.
Yep.
That would be peso.
And don't they wear that giddy up priest outfit with the motherfucking cross on it?
Yeah.
And the most powerful ones are, because you have them in the white, you have them in the red, and the most powerful ones are in the black. And I've mostly seen, I don't want to all the way lie, because I can't remember, but I've mostly seen melanated men in the black ones. So meaning holding the highest rank.
Friday the 13th is about where they killed them, Knights Templars in France. They were all asleep and they killed them all, so they still killing each other.
Why don't any of those suits of armors in the museum have holes in them?
What you mean, to pee and stuff? Look at me, to pee and stuff. I don't know.
From the knights, like the suits of armor that they allegedly.
Oh, I see what you're saying. From battle.
Yeah.
I put a new one on.
No, I'm just saying. I mean, they save everything else bloody and nasty.
Right.
And everything. So
Right.
I'm just trying to figure out how heavy those suits were. And
Grandma.
you got all these motherfuckers in these suits on these horses.
Because supposedly they're really heavy.
Right, because they need help putting them on.
Right, right, right.
And they riding all over the country fighting and this shit.
Yeah, as Sis says, because they lying again. I agree. He bringing up an excellent point. Because how the fuck you gonna fight with all that stuff on?
They call them grandmas, and they made out of metal.
It was probably ceremonial. How much you want to bet?
But they did those jostling matches, and they wore that stuff to fight each other in combat.
Yeah, but I don't even think how's that a fight though? You means to tell me I got on about maybe 100 pounds worth of metal, and I got to get my ass up on the horse.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and
then I'm going to have to wait for somebody on the other end to say go, and I got this motherfucking stick, and we going to run at each other to try to kill each other. That don't sound like no fight to me. That sounds like a ceremonial sport.
Yeah, if you knock them off the horse, the one that gets knocked off is the one that loses.
Yeah, because you can't get back up. So how would that be effective in a war?
Right.
It won't. It's supposed to be protective armor.
That's why I think it was ceremonial.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was ceremonial.
You can't see in that helmet.
Right.
How you gonna swing a sword or jab with a spear effectively? You get one swing or one jab, and then that's your ass.
Right. And I'm sitting
all
here.
somebody got to do is push you down.
Right. And I'm sitting here scratching with my fucking allergies. Now, if you got to sneeze, you got to scratch, you got to pee. How you know what I'm saying? How the fuck you doing that in that suit?
You peeing and shitting in that suit.
Yeah, it don't make sense. And if it was all metal, how me and sitting on the horse with that metal shit on with y'all parts? I just don't see it.
I think they had I used to read historical romances. I think they had a slit up there somewhere for them to get out of that.
Okay, if you say so, sis.
I think they did.
I mean, shit, most men don't want to wear tight drawers today, but okay, if you say they can survive with a metal slit, oh, okay then.
Now, I think that was cloth right in the middle.
Yeah, I think that was ceremonial, though. I just cannot see people fighting in that.
Well, they made
because if it was me, I ain't finna get on that thing. I'ma run with that heavy suit on and take that and that Josh thing and knock him off that motherfucking horse, and that's a wrap. So that was ceremonial. It was probably a ceremony that they did for the kings and them. Yeah, I don't think that was fighting. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm just gonna stand in the back and watch people fall down there and come bust you upside your head.
Yeah, and that's even better. It just don't make sense to me. And
those spikes, the ball with the spikes.
Yeah.
Once you fall down,
I'm still beat your ass.
I'm not gonna have no suit on, so I can move and run.
And I gotta scratch and shit.
You can't catch me.
And breathe. You ain't breaking out my skin. Yeah.
You can't catch me. That's your ass. I'm gonna have fun with you. Trip you, everything.
Yeah. It just don't make sense. I mean, these people have been warring probably for millions and millions of years. They can't convince me.
They said billions.
Billions. They can't convince me that was the ideal way to war. It was just ceremonial.
You see how much they fell from where they were with those lasers and all that kind of stuff.
And they didn't really fall from the technology. It was just taken away from them. And that's why it was taken away from, let me rephrase that. It was taken away from everybody but a select few.
Right.
That's why they slowly reintroduced technology and trying to make us feel that the shit is new.
Mm-hmm. Baz DeRaz said you don't see armored soldiers really until after Vietnam.
That makes sense,
and that's
sis.
true. Because if you think about the Civil War, these dumbasses just walking in the straight line shooting at each other.
Right.
Stay in position. Stay in formation.
Right. You got me fucked up.
Right.
I don't know where they do that at, blood.
I'll be hiding behind motherfuckers and all type of shit.
Right. But how we do it over in Indian territory, nigga, no. We don't roll like that.
Riding the rocks. They get up, shoot them arrows and get back down.
Exactly. You're going to be in trees, bushes, marksman taking your ass out. I wish the fuck I would, as a leader, send my people stand in a straight line to get shot. Nigga, are you crazy? What kind of strategy is that?
War of the Gentleman. Remember the gentleman fighter?
Yeah, that shit is just
cavalry fight, cavalry.
Yeah, it just makes no sense.
Oh, it doesn't. A lot of people died like that.
Yeah, it was dumb. Sis Flame, the Civil War tactic of walking and the process of loading that musket, yeah, was dumb. Mm-hmm. The Spartans didn't even war like that. Yeah, it makes no sense whatsoever. So by the time you reload that musket, even if I got a motherfucking axe, if I got a knife, if I got a bow and arrow, I'm tearing your ass up.
I think Albert Pike wrote those books of war and the knights of the what you call them things? The role model book of Masons and stuff. He's the one who wrote a lot of that junk. So yeah. I guess he didn't mind a lot of people dying.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm gonna read this last paragraph. We're gonna stop on this page. Damn, we done went into overtime. The first assignment was the construction of the base of operations. The compound would be built in stone, naturally durable, and readily available. But as the Anunnaki began to set up the cutting, lights, and sound carriers, y'all motherfucking catching this?
Yeah, that's something else.
You catching the technology? The generators ceased to operate. The natural energy grid lines of energy common to all worlds were fluctuating wildly on the planet. So, boom. Mm-hmm. They're telling you that they enter and understand the natural energy grid lines of worlds.
Yep.
So when I say that when they terraform the planet, they're keeping control of the frequency by the motherfucking ley lines, I know what the fuck I'm talking about, because that's exactly what they did and what they're doing. The Great Collision, the event which had created the world they stood on, had caused the inner core to become unstable, thus causing a constant wavering of the energy lines. Child, I'm so glad. Woo, thank you, sis Tressie, for this. Because goddammit, I didn't forget all of this up in here. To produce a stable supply of power, Prince EA, remember this is Inky, located a point where 6 energy lines naturally intersected. So I'll just pause and wait. Mm-hmm. So y'all go and start looking at those star forts with the 6-pointed stuff. Look at the way these cities are built. I told you all it's based on grid lines. And I think Brother Nuwa told you it was also based on sacred geometry.
And look at where the oldest pyramids on the planet are.
Yep.
Like every last one of them on the ley line.
Yep.
They seem that they go circle the earth on the ley line.
Here on the intersection, the prince erected a large energy house, a focusing center which would extract sufficient energy to run the construction equipment. Power crystals, specifically grown for just a purpose, were placed in the energy chambers.
Grown.
Mm-hmm. And you can grow crystals. So they're telling you right here that they knew how to tap into the natural energy grid, use sacred geometry, use the crystals as the conductor, because crystals are conductor of energy, to create it naturally. The energy house would also hold the reanimation center within its walls. Fatally injured technicians must be taken care of immediately. Prince E.A. could not afford to lose even one of his carefully chosen crew.
Oh my God, you know what that reminds me of?
Mm-hmm.
The med beds. Their med beds they didn't come out with. That may be Tesla stuff. Because they have med beds that if you have cancer.
Exactly. And people looked at me like I was crazy when I told y'all Tesla didn't invent a motherfucking thing. I told y'all that.
Said they did.
Huh?
The Pleiadians said that's their technology.
Well, obviously.
Okay, well, you know, Palladians and the Anunnaki, and maybe it is. Maybe the Palladians do have a technology.
Maybe.
But this is saying the Anunnaki is using it at this time. But right. Tesla, like I told y'all, didn't invent a motherfucking thing. I told you either he was handed the blueprints to it, or he was handed something that was left over and he reverse engineered it. Mm-hmm. All right. So yeah, this last little sentence about the little energy house, it is like them healing. To me, that sounds like they talking about some healing centers.
Right. And you know, they have healing centers, take off some of your aging, like 25 to 30 years, and also to replace parts of the body.
To rejuvenate.
Remember the reanimator?
Huh?
Remember the reanimator?
Oh, what's that?
There was a movie back in the day with his doctor. He was working on reanimation, and it actually worked. And of course, you know, it had a morbid side to it.
Yeah, of course.
It's like Frankenstein, that movie. It
was a little bit more morbid than Frankenstein.
Yeah.
But you know, but reanimating a dead body.
On the reanimator, I think his pineal gland actually came out of his head and was actually attacking people.
Well, damn.
Yeah, he had something that came right out of his forehead, right where his pineal gland was. I'm trying to remember who it was that had that reanimator series. You might be able to find it on YouTube.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to have to try to find it.
It's worth a look at.
Okay. Okay, so this is going to be our last little bit because I didn't held y'all extra. As the dreaded DK were destroyers of life, so the Anunnaki were known as the KD, the givers of life. So there you have it, you all, where the sky daddy of the Anunnaki came into play because they re-terraformed the planet that they fucking destroyed. Right. So, and because the irregularly pulsating energy line made starship instruments unreliable, the energy house was built with 4 highly reflective triangular sides that allowed an aerial orientations for pilots high above.
And that's why they keep going to the pyramids too. They still coming.
That's a pyramid.
Yeah, they still coming. Those aliens doing storms. They get their energy back when they fly into a storm over the pyramids, and the pyramids light up too.
So this is also saying that those pyramids were built on ley lines, right?
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm. All right. Let me take a picture of this so I won't forget. We'll pick back up next week. Sis Sandra, you have any last words for the family?
It's been good. It's a lot of learning. It's a lot of information and a lot of drama, because they some drama queens on this stuff.
Baby, aren't they? They some shit starters. Matter of fact.
Yeah, they are. And they
shit, they the definition of shit starting.
I mean, Enoch said they're going to be removed off this planet. And they're mating with humans. That's going to be taken part.
Well, shit, Enoch, this is my fucking bloodline. So ain't no need him thinking that he gonna get rid of one set of entities so they can continue to kick it. That's not how this story ends. I'm sorry, go ahead, Brother Sean.
Check out them videos that I sent you. And one of them, the Galactic Federation, say that all the Anunnaki and all the non-terrestrial beings are gone. All that's left here is these little human hybrids desperately trying to pull off some shit that they ain't gonna be able to pull off. To me, that's like them confirming, like we said, this shit is over.
It's over. OVA.
That's why they so desperate. That's why they so desperate, because they know that they don't have no more help.
This shit is done. It's done. That's why, indigenous people, you have to get on your shit. You got to clean it up. So,
and they know all of them. That's the ticket to even be able to clean them up. They already know who's who.
Who is they?
Oh, the patriarchs and
the patriarchs are not indigenous.
No, the Pleiadians and all those.
They're not indigenous.
No, they're the ones that's supposed to be helping the patriots do it.
They're not indigenous.
Oh, I didn't say they were. But
so my point being, when I say clean it up, I'm not talking about them, because they don't have my best interest at heart as an indigenous woman.
They don't.
This is my shit. So I can give a flying fuck what they claim they gonna do, how they gonna do it, and when they're gonna do it.
Well, I'm just talking how the book of Enoch said that they were going to do.
I get it, and I'm not trying to dispute what you're saying. I'm just telling you how the story is going to end.
Yeah.
Of course they're going to try to say that, because they're trying to speak into existence what they want, and I'm telling you, it ain't going to happen.
And that's also them wanting us to wait for somebody else.
Exactly. While they still kick it and chill, waiting on somebody else when you can get up off your ass and do it yourself.
Waiting for our creative abilities to help them.
To help yourself. Help yourself.
Yeah.
D.D. Hammond said, Another tornado in Arkansas.
Damn.
See, people ain't paying attention to mama. People forget this. That's that time of the year. Tornado season, hurricane season, all that.
Yep. Yep. Brother Nuwa, you have any last words for the family? Let me unmute you. I didn't mute you in the first place, but
no, mic check. I'm right here.
Okay.
Just peace and love to the family. Thanks for another evening. A lot of information to go through. Overall, it's more of we have to return to source, tap into yourself, listen to the whispers that you hear from the questions that you get back, and stop trusting the government, because I look at it like cancer, the fight of cancer. How long have we been fighting cancer? How much money have you put towards cancer? And if we're still, if Rona was cancer, how long are we going to wait for that to fix itself? So if people are really waiting for the government to fix their problems, just look at what they've done with cancer.
Absolutely.
Peace and love to the family, and I guess we'll see each other next week.
Okay, peace and love, brother, and thank you for joining us again.
Oh, and I wasn't the one that made that reference on the ley lines. That was Brother Scotty.
Okay. Okay, peace and love. And Brother Nuwa, don't you have a YouTube channel?
Yeah. I've been keeping low just because they've been shadow banning me on a lot of stuff.
Okay. My bad.
But on regards to that, though, I recently put out a video on what's called Back to Eden gardening, and it's basically a way of gardening without water and without polluting the soil. Essentially, it's using wood chips to cover the land, and basically the thought process is that the grass, the forest doesn't need anything to till it. Where does the forest get its nutrients? And it's basically using Mother Nature's natural covering, which is the grass and other forestries, to keep the soil moist, which then leaves nutrients in the soil for your plants to pick up. The way we're farming now is that we're uncovering the soil, leaving it bare, which is then allowing the nutrients to drain out of it.
Yep.
They're putting back in the nutrients with chemicals, which is eroding the soil. We're technically doing it wrong, but if we take our notes from nature and we go back into the forest, she doesn't tell her forests. She doesn't put fertilizer in her forests. The fertilizer she gets is from her animals that poo all over her forests.
Absolutely.
So that's, on that regard, Back to Eden gardening is what we should be looking at.
Drop the link.
Sure, I'll do that in the comment section.
Yeah, because that's how you came up in my feed. I'm like, oh, that's my God, he's into gardening. Oh my God. So yes.
Actually, I'm trying to get a farm going called New Farm and Gardening for the same reason. That's what we should be promoting. Instead of promoting flashy cars and all this other, why aren't we promoting seeds and growing food? Because if they're shutting down the groceries and shutting down our world, where are we feeding ourselves?
Yep.
Money in our bank isn't going to do anything for us. But if you know how to plant something and go about nurturing your soil, husbandry, as they used to call it.
Exactly.
Returning back to that. So yeah, I'll drop the link in a second, most definitely.
All right. Great deal. I'm so glad you said that, because I was happy to see that you was really into gardening like that. And what he's describing now, they're calling permaculture.
Yes.
And food forest. I started about going on 3 years ago. And so, because that's how I particularly garden. I don't use any chemicals, all natural. And then over the past 3 years, I've been planting fruit trees. So I have apple tree,
nice,
2 pears, plum. No, I'm missing something. I know I'm missing a tree, but now my apple trees are my apple tree, because I have one, and it's a grafted one. Last year gave me my first little apple. I'm hoping this year I'll get some plums. So it's possible you could start small. I'm sorry, go ahead, brother.
How long did your trees take to germinate, or take to fruit, I should say?
That apple tree, it took either 2 or 3 years. And last year was the first year I got 1 apple on it. But this year I saw a lot more blooms, so I'm expecting to get a lot more. I'm hoping I'll get plums this year. Oh, and fig, that's what I have. And fig trees. So yeah, I mean, literally I have kiwi, I got grapes, blueberry, raspberry. I got so much stuff back there. But yeah, that's exactly how I garden. And it's been so cold. I got my babies, my seeds in the other room. They got their own little room. That's a shame. It's the storage room and their room. And they're under grow lights. And my tomato plant started it from seed. It's about this tall. It's ready to go outside. So is the basil. But last year, like I said, I gave away food. I gave away a lot of food. It was just that much abundance. When you do stuff in harmony with nature, nature produce. Mm-hmm. It produce. And he's absolutely right. It's in the soil. Yeah. It's most definitely in the soil. So I am so happy that you're doing that, brother. It's really important. I'm a big proponent of that because people want to talk about building nations and all of that. And that's the part that be missing. It's like the land that's missing. It's like how to feed yourself is missing. And it's like, wait a minute, you all, that's the basics.
Yeah. We don't need a land patent for this. You can
I did that shit right in the little backyard.
Right. You don't have to wait. You need the government's approval.
No, go do it yourself. Absolutely. So those are the small things when we talk about doing for self and breaking generational curses and not depending on the system. That's what the fuck we're talking about. When you start becoming self-sustained, the shit's gonna fall by the wayside anyway.
And you wouldn't even care what's happening in the real world.
You wouldn't give a fuck. Like I told somebody, don't matter what jump off to me, long as Mother Earth put that motherfucking water down, I'm gonna eat. But, sitting up under my grandmother, I understood the importance of having a garden. I understood those things. Because they literally had a working farm. And everywhere my parents lived, we had some sort of garden. So everywhere that I lived, I've always had some sort of garden. So you can do it. You most certainly, definitely can do it.
And for the hustlers, people want organic food. So instead of trying to push something as they would consider it legal, if you were to get up in your bag and start growing food, you can be pushing stuff of that would actually bring health and wealth to people that actually want it.
Absolutely.
Because remember, Bill Gates took over all the farms. So we know all the bullshit's coming out of groceries is going to be GMO.
Right.
So,
and if you don't get starved out from quote, quote, alleged shortages.
Yes, and it's man-made shortages. Because when they shut down industries and they tell people they can't work, that's going to create a shortage in the supply chain.
Exactly.
So they're man-making.
I'm telling you, as a gardener, there is no shortage on the planet with food. If you grow your own shit, I guarantee you're going to have to give it away. And that's even after you done put shit up in the freezer. That's even after you done can. I'm a fucking witness.
I still got zucchini in the freezer from last season.
I still got, I pickled my zucchini. Still got it. I'm down to one little bottle of okra because I love pickled okra. And I can't wait to get my seeds in motherfucking ground and get it popping again. I'm sorry. Yes, sir.
It's a water world and people be worried about not having water.
I agree.
75% water.
Absolutely.
It
And
rains
people
almost
rushing to
every
get
week.
tap water in the bottle.
And that's a great point. You have a great point.
I
Yep.
mean, especially here in Ohio. There's lakes and rivers and stuff everywhere.
It really
There's
is.
deer, rabbit,
I was
geese,
shocked how much
ducks.
wildlife it is here. I'm like, shit, this is running neck and neck with Georgia. I mean, snakes. I'm like, what the fuck? It's a lot of wildlife here.
I ain't hardly about to starve. I ain't worried about
Oh
nothing.
no, I
Man,
know
what
I'm
did
finna be squate. I know I'm finna be squate. Plus, the fish here is when you fish locally, oh my God, it's so clean.
Mm-hmm.
It is so clean. The shit that we get in the grocery store. It's no wonder people are sick, medical conditions. It makes a lot of sense. It's just not the food that even my generation ate. It's not even the same food that even just my generation ate. And it surely in the hell isn't the food that Big Mama and them ate. And that's because the way that the food is being generated via the soil, like Brother Nuwa said, he knows what he's talking about. They have literally depleted the minerals out of the soil.
And I want to add to that is that they don't even let the fruit go to ripeness for you to get those nutrients that
exactly.
They pick it in green and then they ripen in the store, but you're not going to get those nutrients and enzymes when it's not on the tree.
Yep. That is so true. So, you know,
when it fell and falling.
Exactly. That's why it's extremely important to know these basics. Now, I'm not saying everybody has to be an avid gardener. I'm not saying that. But when you're talking about building communities, you have to be careful and plan who you have doing what in those communities. You know what I'm saying? We can't all be one thing. Everybody are supposed to be bringing their individual talents to the table to make stuff run.
Like a minister of education, a minister of agriculture,
exactly.
A minister of health.
Those that like to teach, okay, you over the education. Those that you like to garden, okay, you over the gardening. Men that like to work with their hands and build, okay, go out and build the schools, build some shit, make some shit happen. Exactly. I'm sorry, go ahead, Brother Sean.
Fruit and vegetables only live for a certain amount of time once you pick it. That's why right. We used to pick it and eat it fresh.
Yep.
While it still had life.
Yep.
You don't know how long it's sitting in those stores.
Grocery stores and what chemicals they putting on it. Yep.
Right. You take it home and it's in your refrigerator or whatever for more days. Yep. It's already lost majority of its nutrients and value to you.
Yep. That is so true.
You gotta look at like meat. If you leave meat out for X amount of time, it goes rotten. Same with your fruits and vegetables. It loses nutrients the longer it's off the vine, essentially.
Right.
Because I remember back in the day before they had all this stuff in the stores, we had somebody called the egg man. He would actually bring the eggs and stuff from the farm, the bacon, the milk, all that stuff. I was
going to say, you know the milk.
To the store, right. You couldn't go to the store and get that.
Yeah.
And then we also had this guy who we called the Watkins man. He sold lotions and natural soaps and all that type of stuff like that. It was a melanated company.
Yep. We did keep the money back in the melanated neighborhoods. Back in the 70s, that money stayed in the neighborhoods. That money leaving out the neighborhoods didn't start until I want to say the mid 80s. But no, you're right. You're right. And my grandparents was so motherfucking cold with it. The only time we went to the grocery store, my grandmother and my dad and them, they like these certain sausage links. So, I mean, and they were in the country. So you wasn't going to no big ass grocery store. You was going to a little mom and pop grocery store. But that's the only time they went to the grocery store. That shit was rare because they had everything on the farm. Only thing they didn't have was like the cows and all of that. But like a couple of acres over, somebody else had that. So they already had the hookup from that. So everything, the chickens, the pigs, I mean, they had that shit on lock. So I understood, I was able to witness literally a working farm. Literally. That's how it was done back then. And they only went to the store, like, they did go for it when we wanted candy, which wasn't often. You wasn't getting no motherfucking candy all the time to rotten out your teeth. Go sit the fuck down somewhere. You ain't fenced to get it. And when they wanted those sausage links. That's the only time I remember them ever going to that little ass general store. Everything else.
Cigarettes or liquor.
Oh, and grandma and Big Mama's snuff. I hated that shit. My grandmother was so pretty. I fucking hated and that coffee can. I hated that shit. But yeah, that's the only time they went to the store.
And you didn't get turkey year round. It was just around the quote unquote holidays, and you wouldn't have picked your turkey out live.
Yeah.
And they cut the head off and everything. You had everything.
Everything. I witnessed my aunt and my grandmother, how they would wring them chickens' necks. Oh, I still shudder at it.
Yeah, I saw that.
The boiling water, to pluck the feathers. I mean, they had that shit on lock.
Cut the head off, let the chicken run around.
Yeah, nothing went to waste. The pigs got the motherfucking leftovers. They greedy, sloppy ass. Nothing went to waste. You had the compost pile. So I literally had the honor of seeing a working farm. And I was a little girl. I wasn't like teenager or none of that. We call it going down south every summer. And I spent the whole summer there, me and my brothers, and we witnessed a working farm. And you had your little chores, feed the chickens, feed the pigs, whatever the case may be, or go help harvest some greens and all of that. So we got to see that, and it stuck. So that's why when we were up north and people were like, why y'all got a garden? Why y'all got greens? Why y'all got this? And we're like, why y'all don't have that? Okay, so we as indigenous people, we have lost a lot. And we got to get back to being self-sustainable. And so when we talk about the system has to go, yes, of course, we're talking about the big things, but you got to get to that basic level. You got to fall back in love with the land. You got to fall back in love with being self-sustaining. Because if not, you're always going to have some type of system that you're beholden to. And it's not natural. It's not natural, and it's not built for the benefit of you. So, all right, brother, I'm glad you brought that up. Check out his channel. I was just so happy to see that because we don't have that enough in this particular community. Folks talk about everything else, but they don't talk about how to feed yourself, how to, really run as self-sustainably as possible. And it can be done.
Shit. I got work to do then. All right. I'll try to fill that void.
Yep, absolutely. Absolutely. So, and once my garden starts to grow,
Bro.
Yeah.
It's not that you're trying to, you already did it.
Exactly.
Exactly. But I'll say I'm so modest that I'm just doing what I'm supposed to do, but I'm not looking at it. But as I'm getting the credit from the family, I guess, like I said, I have to wear the hat and tip my own hat at the same time.
Absolutely.
So thank you for the respect.
That's your purpose.
Right. I have to follow that to fill my purpose in this particular board.
Absolutely, because it's needed. It's desperately needed, and I've brought it up several times that a lot of melanated people are getting back to gardening, and when I tell you they kicking ass, it's amazing the things that I see folks doing. They get it. They understand.
For me, the biggest thing is that I live near a farm and I see these farmers making millions of dollars by playing with the land. And if this is my land, why am I chasing the dollar by going to clocking a work when the farmer here, he's tilling the land? So this is why it's coming to me where, no, I think I should be following that model. And like I say, going back to my source, because that's part of my family's history where we used to have a farm in Trinidad. Mm-hmm. And my grandmother, she had rabbits, she had a whole 9 yards. I look at it just a day to day at my grandma's house. But as you said, it's stuck. So now, as I said, I'm not feeding off of that energy, and it's coming natural, to till the ground, to freaking get my nutrients and start worm farming and all that stuff, because it just seems natural. So
Yep. Absolutely. I 1000% agree. So, thank you so much for that, brother. And we're definitely, because I'm subscribed to you. I can't remember if it's my personal channel or Truth Uncompromised, but either way, I'll make sure both are subscribed. And then, if you're going to be on the panel or whatever, and if you want to share the progress, please, bring your pics or whatever, or if you want to pull up your
I'll just start making regular content on my channel.
Yeah.
That particular type
Absolutely.
of I'll just do that. Just make life easier that way.
Absolutely.
So we can refer to it, and it's just there, and it's up and stuck there. So.
Absolutely. So those of you that have land, do not think that you're alone. It's some melanated people. We tight with that gardening shit. We know how to make stuff happen and get things done. Okay, so good thing. Okay, my son Scotty, let me unmute you. You have any last words for the family? Uh-oh. All right. There you go.
Yes. All of this, all this stuff, everybody coming from their own perspective is boiling down to, I think what we was talking about in the beginning is being a creator. And like Brother Sean was just telling you, why it's like the people that's like, we tend to be modest or humble, or, thinking that, we're the only ones. And sometimes it may be that case, but you got to know that because you are doing that, you are making those efforts, you do see the need for, being this specific type of creator, whether it's, with this information, it's with, gardening or food, if it's something, artistic, creative, something that's going to, break down this matrix and bring us out of it. I think, finding that creator within self, being an individual, and then finding what you individually do that can, give to the collective. I think that's the more holistic path to it. Like we always say, we're not going to get everybody dialed in and on the same page,
right?
But what we can do is go into our individual creator and bring that out. And by bringing out that individual creator, we link up with the other people. We link up. It's a subconscious thing. We're like puzzle pieces. And once we figure out, the part that we play in all of this, the puzzle just gets that much, more easier to solve. So yep. I would just say, get into that creator and really find out the part that you play. We like the Power Rangers or like the Avengers and stuff. Once you link up, what is a Thanos? What is that? They can't really stand, their time is up, because we see through the matrix and we see that our magic is stronger than their deception. Absolutely.
Indeed. Thank you, son Scotty, and thank you for joining the panel tonight and adding to that masculine energy. We appreciate you.
I appreciate everybody. Y'all my family. Peace and love. Can't wait to do it again next week.
All right, brother. Okay, Brother Sean, you have any last words for the family?
Well, family, it's all on us. Ain't nobody wait for. Ain't nobody coming to save us. We have to do it.
Yep.
Period. I don't care what you grew up being told. None of that has manifested itself on any level. As you see, they're manufacturing events to try and get them to coincide with the book of books.
Right.
And as you see, the origins of all of that. And everything that all of them has done is to be where you are.
Yeah.
Is to be you in one way or another. Why don't you want to be you? There's something to think about. But family, if y'all want to chop it up with us during the week, come to the Truth Uncompromised page. Make your comment up under which show topic that you want to discuss.
Right.
I mean, y'all don't have to wait. We right there. Y'all on social media all the time anyway. We right there. We can chop it up. I mean, we just wait till one day out the week to connect. And we can be building all through the week.
Yep.
I mean, I understand everybody got their lives to live. Little ones to look after, responsibilities. But if we don't make the time for us, that means we just sitting around waiting for something else.
That's right.
Love y'all. Wholeness and power.
All right. Thank you, Brother Sean, my co-host. Thank you, Sis Sandra, my co-hostess. I mean, my last words, I pretty much said it all, but, you know, you have the power. Each individual has the power. You have to find what your divine purpose is, and you have to do it. You can only free you. And you're not powerless. You're very powerful. Start small. But I'm telling you, sitting around and doing nothing, you can do that, but you're passing up a huge opportunity. And as Brother Sean pointed out, you know, you have babies, you're pretty much setting them up for generations of fuckery. So it's on you to do your part, break it. Doesn't matter what mom and them didn't do, what so-and-so and them didn't do, who did what to whom. We're going over this with you all to help you remember what the fuck happened so you don't have to repeat it. But at the end of the day, you have to clean it up for you and yours. And you can do it. You're listening to this information that tells me you can do it. So let go of the fear, because that's most of what it is. Let go of the fear and just get going. And once you take that first step, the energy is going to work in your favor. The ancestors are going to be rooting for you. And they're going to help you. They're going to help move obstacles out of your way. So we're going to be back next week. Thank you so much to the chat. Y'all showed up. Y'all had wonderful discussions going on. Thank you to all that's watching us on YouTube. We'll be back next week. We'll pick up where we left off. I wish everybody well. We love you all very much. And so we're going to say peace and love, family.
Peace and love. Night all.
We are in the age of truth, freedom, love, prosperity, abundance, and peace. Welcome to True Uncompromised.